dear Rector of Mykolas Romeris University, Professor Dr. Inga Želėnienė, dear Ieva Valeškaitė, Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, dear Dr. Vilma Popovienė, Director of the Lithuanian Social Innovation Cluster, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 11th International Conference on Social Innovation, SOCIN 2022. And first of all, we would like to kindly invite to give the welcoming speech for Professor Dr. Inga Želėnienė, Director of Mykolas Romeris University, and the floor is yours. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And distinguished guests, professors, students, partners, dear colleagues and friends. On behalf of the whole Mykolas Romeris University academic community, it is my great privilege and honor to open already traditional 11th Annual Scientific Conference on Social Innovations, SOCIN 2022. Every year, this event brings together scientists and researchers from different countries and different disciplines who open a forum for meaningful discussions and insights on their important research findings and experiences in the field of social innovations. This event is more than a conference. It is an ideal platform for international strategic networking and co-creation of knowledge for the sake of common future. It is delightful to see that this international event managed to assemble so many distinguished keynote speakers, participants, and friends from all over the world, representing Albania, Australia, Canada, Czech Republic, Finland, Italy, Luxembourg, Mexico, Latvia, North Macedonia, Poland, South Korea, Sweden, Turkey, Ukraine, and United States. Your presence, dear colleagues and friends, reminds us all how important intellectual discussions on social innovations and particularly sustainable social innovations are. Our rapidly changing world and current challenges caused by COVID pandemic, security threats caused by Russia's aggression and war in Ukraine, unprecedented technological development, threats to foundations of our existence, freedom and democracy, fostered for decades by the Western civilization. More than ever before, our societies, our countries need university communities to bring the ideas to act as active agents of change, generating, supporting, and promoting sustainability and social innovations, jointly with all the people and institutions that can contribute to the solution of identified social problems. Today, we gather together to evoke and discuss sustainable security, sustainable management, governance, and sustainable well-being issues through higher education, inclusive teaching and learning practices, also community work, experiential learning, and sustainable social innovations developed from research. We have power to make a significant change. Over the past few decades, the world has seen an evident increase of access to education. The spread of information, communication technologies, and global interconnectedness has accelerated human progress, bridged societies through scientific and technological innovation in different areas. The conversation in higher education has shifted from a focus to what students know to whether they know how to think, analyze, and process information around them. Educational practices and diverse learning environments should provide students with skills that will serve them throughout their lives. Equally important are practices that empower them to create a world that is more peaceful, equitable, just, democratic, sustainable, and socially progressive. Here at Mykolas Romeris University, we all are committed to providing inclusive and equitable quality education at all study levels for all persons both from Lithuania and other nations all around the globe. We understand that in order to create a sustainable university community, it is necessary to ensure that through wider access to higher education and lifelong learning opportunities to all, our students will receive the knowledge and appropriate skills needed to be active citizens of society. Sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and vice versa. Peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. Our vision at Mykolas Romeris University is to embrace the need to build peaceful, just, and inclusive community that influence the development of society, that provide equal opportunities based on respect to human rights, effective rule of law, good governance, and more transparent, effective, and accountable institutions. Mykolas Romeris University, in partnership with other universities worldwide, public and private sector organizations, consolidates people and contributes to the implementation of UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have co-developed, agreed upon, and operate according to the 2021-2023 strategy for sustainable development, which includes important elements of studies, research, infrastructure, our daily operations, and community engagement. Aiming to work towards better inclusion, visibility, and implementation of SDGs-based values and principles into educational activities, research, and outreach. We hope that SOCIN 2022 conference will act as a forum for scholarly exchange of ideas, examination of the common grounds and bridges for social innovations and their integration with technological, natural, and other fields of science. Ending my welcome words, I would like to sincerely wish all of you to face the challenges life brings to us, to look for the most efficient, common, goal-oriented solutions, and together create resilient, peaceful, and more just societies for us and for the generations to come. I would like to congratulate once again all our friends, speakers, and participants of this conference, and wish you all an inspiring presentations, thought-provoking discussions, and a very warm welcome to Lithuania, Vilnius, and Mykolas Romeris University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Rector, for welcoming speech. And now we would like also kindly to invite you to give a welcoming speech for Ieva Valeškaitė, Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation Ministry of Republic of Lithuania. So, dear Vice Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure of mine to welcome participants of SOCIN academia and students, of course. No one is questioning anymore that climate crisis is just around the corner. Fundamental technological and structural transformation of our industry is therefore our strategic goal until 2050. The time has come when we do not need to choose between productive industry and environment protection. Thanks to the latest technological solutions, modern industry and environment priorities may already go hand in hand with and as a part of the Green Deal strategy, which is our commitment for the sustainable future. The world is experiencing tectonic geopolitical shifts, reinforcing the megatrends that already affect the EU. The long-term implications of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, including energy, food, economic security, defense and geopolitics, will clearly affect Europe's path to achieving green and digital transitions. But I do believe that these challenges will not divert us from our long-term objectives. On the contrary, with the right set of policies, they can serve as a catalyst to achieve our goals. To achieve sustainability of industry in Lithuania, our actions are completely in line with the EU industrial strategy and can be defined as integration into European value chains through digitalization and circular solutions in industry. To be technologically competitive and self-sufficient, to be digital and green. Briefly, to achieve sustainable industry goals, we must focus on renewables, hydrogen, clean vehicles, low-carbon industry, and batteries. As a politician and as a responsible citizen, which I hope to be, I understand that without government support at this stage, boosting industrial transformation towards more sustainable production processes is a tremendous challenge. Therefore, to ensure the success, close cooperation between the public sector, academia, and industry is necessary. The Industry 4.0 initiative, which started in Lithuania in 2016, is becoming a traditional trend for our industry, stakeholders, and policymakers. We were the first in the Baltic states to establish the National Industry 4.0 competitiveness platform. However, we, of course, must work hard in order to maintain the leadership. Sustainability is a holistic approach that considers ecological, social, and economic dimensions, recognizing that all must be considered together to find lasting prosperity for our country, Europe, and the world. And I believe today's event and discussions will take us all a step towards this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Vice Minister. And now I would like to invite kindly for the welcoming speech also Dr. Vilma Popoviena, Director of the Lithuanian Social Innovation Cluster. So, dear Director, the floor is yours. You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, dear guests, organizers, speakers, participants. I'm very excited to be here today, and I'm very grateful for inviting me here. I would like to share with you a little bit of my story, love story to social innovations. I had been working in the governmental sector in different ministries for 15 years. And I was responsible for strategic planning and management in science and innovation field. And I was happy with that. But a few years ago, my life has changed. I was appointed by the ministry to the working group which was discussing on how to revive and open to society the former Augustinian monastery in Vilnius Old Town heart. And that was the question, how to bring all different actors in this space, how to bring them together. And there were a lot of different actors. There were 2 ministries, universities, schools, the church, and the community. By that time, I knew about business clusters, but I didn't know about social clusters. So half of a year, I was reading and searching about it. And that's how, in this case, I thought that maybe the solution to bringing all these actors could be creating the social cluster, which is different from business clusters. Why? It's aimed for a wider goal, the goal for the society, and also it works on the collaboration between different organizations. That's how Lithuanian Social Innovation Cluster was born in 2020. And I fell in love with social innovations. I left my job and at the ministry, and with few more believers, we started building cluster organization from scratch here in Lithuania. Our vision was inspired by concept of smart society, or Society 5.0. And I believe strongly that concept of Industry 5.0 has to go hand in hand with concept of Society 5.0. And the core of this concept is three essential pillars: human-centric approach, integral innovations, and also sustainable social innovation ecosystem, which brings together the strongest and most active leaders and innovators of this field. I saw the huge potential and unique possibility to make systemic impact through empowering communities for co-creation, identifying social problems and challenges, and solving it themselves. Now, Lithuanian Social Innovation Cluster joins more than 20 different organizations: NGOs, social and social responsible businesses, academia, universities and colleges, and also state institutions. Mykolas Romeris University is also among our members. Our main field are education, rethinking and reviving cultural heritage, social entrepreneurship, social responsibility, and relationships built on trust and respect. This year, together with universities and colleges, we established Social Innovators Academy, which aims to grow social leaders and innovators in different regions of Lithuania. We want to bring their competences needed from creating social innovation idea to concrete solutions and results. Also, I believe that spreading knowledge and social innovation to society is a very important mission, and I'm looking forward to inspiring presentations and meaningful discussions today. So I wish you great time and collaboration at this conference. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, dear Director Vilma Popovienė. And now the continuation will be proceeding, my colleague. Aurelia, you're welcome.
Thank you, Tadas. Before we start the panel session, I would like to remind all of us some housekeeping rules. Our conference is being broadcasted through Zoom TV, so some of us may watch it online, and I would like to remind those who are online that you can give your questions writing in chat, and then we moderators will select the questions and ask them in due time. And those who are present here today, we will have 3 presentations, then a short coffee break, then again 3 presentations and lunch. And we would like to have this rule after each presentation. 1 or maximum 2 questions are allowed because we need to keep the time management, and those questions should be short. And please keep your discussion questions for the time after all 3 presentations.
And first of all, we would like to kindly invite the first keynote speaker. This is Dr. Fernando León García, and I would like kindly shortly to represent his biography. And Dr. Fernando León García is a president of International Association of University, president for 2021-2024. He has also been president of CETIS University since 2010, leading the Institution of Accreditation in the United States of America, BASC, ACBCP, ABET, and one of the most internationalized university in Mexico. Prior to that, he served as a Bachelor of City University of Seattle's International Division, with a presence across the Americas, Europe, and Asia. Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia currently serves or has served on boards and advisory groups commission of the internationalization and global engagement of the Americas Council of Education, Council of President of the Association of Government Board, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, Council for the Advancement and Support of Education, NAFSA, International Educating Association, Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, Mexican Federation of Private Universities, Santander Universidades Mexico, and Consortium for North America Higher Education Collaboration. Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia holds a doctoral degree in educational administration and policy analysis, and he holds also the Master in International Development Education from Stanford University, as well as the Bachelor in Industrial Engineering from CETIS University. He has been named to the top 300 leaders in Mexico from 2019 to 2022. In addition, Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia has received honorary doctorates from Vysoka Škola Inanci Spravni, Czech Republic, Dimitri Santemir Christian University, Romania, and Caucasus University in Georgia. So, dear Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia, we kindly would like to invite you to give a keynote presentation, and the floor is yours. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all. President Inga, thank you very much for this invitation. We're honored to be here. Vice Minister Valekatsi, Director Popoviene, distinguished panelists, honored guests, international colleagues who are here, students, of course, faculty, and everyone else in the cyber world. Honored to be here and to share some thoughts, hopefully relevant to the topic, but from a different perspective. And this perspective will be from the perspective of leadership. As we all know, there we go, okay. As we all know, we have been talking the last 2 years, almost 3 years now, about the pandemic. What I would like to do is not to bore you with many details of what has been said, but begin to lead you to the challenges and issues that some of which I think might pertain to this event, which, by the way, we congratulate you on this 11th conference and about 20 different countries. By definition, it's a global event, so congratulations. So I'm going to draw from different events, surveys, a lot of which will be overlapping, but I think that you will see some common themes as we try to view from the perspective of leadership, what are those things that we need to focus on. Of course, there is a tendency already to go back to how it was. And I think that we need to avoid that. We need to see what it was that worked, what it was that we experimented with, and what it is that we should be adjusting as we move forward. And it's also very important to look at what has been several stages already. There was the initial stage where we were all improvising. We were trying to see how to provide continuity to things. Then there was some degree of control of what was going on, some degree of innovation at the same time. And depending on who you were and where you were in the world, some were even already transforming. And that's what's important. There are some that are still in emergency mode because they have not had access to all of the innovations. There are some that are still in transition, and there are some that are way ahead of the game, and that's very important as well. Let me refer to a major survey that was carried out with university presidents. It had over 800 responses from around the world. And what's important is that there are some things that were said that are still being worked on right now, and there are others that's point out in the direction in which we're headed. So I think that what is important, since we are at an academic institution, is to highlight what we forget. And that is that although, of course, presidents, senior leaders played a very important role, it was because of the faculty who were willing to adjust and students who were willing to tolerate that there was continuity of education without classrooms, without even going to the university campuses, through the use of technology, that we were able to provide continuity to education. In the process, though, there were some paradigms that were shifting. For example, when we talk about internationalization, there was the belief that internationalization could only be true if it was face-to-face. Well, guess what? During the pandemic, one of the things that occurred the most, and Tom Friedman, I will quote him at the end, that occurred was that there was a lot more interaction, despite the fact that there wasn't any physical mobility, or what we would call exchange without physical mobility. And of course, the mood was changing as there was medical progress and things began to be under control. But what presidents early on said was that the next 3 to 5 years, the education that we knew was going to begin to change, such that even if we believe and confirm that education should be mostly face-to-face, there would be hybrid, there would be online, of course, relevant to who you were and what you were doing. Going back to internationalization, I think that what's important is what has evolved out of this, and that's that for the leader in international education, this from the perspective of mobility, which is the European Union, of course, this is bound to continue. And as we incorporate things that were tried out very successfully in many ways during the pandemic, what we will see is much more mobility, except that there will be an increase in physical mobility. We will soon be back to the levels where we were before. But now we will have incorporated e-mobility, and that is the exchange of ideas, the exchange of courses, the exchange of cultural experiences, but using technology. Last summer at the IAUP, we held the triennial conference, and I think that it's important to reflect on some of the concepts there that were shared by different leaders. This involved over 80 speakers, more than 50 countries, multiple participants, and mind you, this was of course virtual because we were not yet back to full force as we are now in different settings. Number one is that we need to embrace the concept of nimbility, in particular in higher education. And nimbility refers to acting quickly, responsibly, and in a relevant manner. We need to exercise bifocal leadership, and that means look not only at short-term and quick fix, but at the long term. We also need to begin to change, and you as students would be very relevant to this, and that's that we need to make sure that we are more focused on skills, relevance to workplace, that we're more intercultural and international, that we acknowledge that henceforth those students who incorporate into the work environment will of course change jobs, and that accordingly we need to again embrace the notion of the much espoused lifelong learning, and that we need to be more individualized also. What can we tell students in terms of student mental health and student success? These were things that were on the table before the pandemic, but now we need to make sure that these are embedded into what a university does. We need to make sure that we identify and nurture talent. And of course, President Inga mentioned inclusion and innovation. It's very important here. The theme of the conference, social innovation, and that relates to how the university is linked to the community. And then other things also is that during the pandemic, what we begin to see was more empathy, more solidarity, more flexibility and tolerance of what we were doing, but at the same time, more taking advantage of opportunities. And as educational institution and as leaders, we need to make sure that whatever it is that we do in the post-pandemic era, that we are mindful of what is the mission of the institution, that we are always focused on quality, that we mind the operational and financial sustainability, and that we are strategic as such. Inside higher education has been polling or having different surveys of university presidents, and as we were following their different surveys, of course, the mood was changing. Initially, they said they didn't know what was going to happen. Many said they were going to close. Many did close. But as we were progressing from emergency transition and now transformation, the mood is changing, and leaders are a little bit more positive in terms of what we need to do on a go-forward basis. More recently, the Chronicle of Higher Education also shared their results. And what you can see is that there's not only a more positive mood, but there's also an attitude of we can do this. We have managed to survive the pandemic and that we can move forward. And some common denominators in terms of challenges involve, of course, teaching and learning, public-private partnerships, again, the issue of inclusion, diversity, equity, innovation, value and relevance in what we do, the student experience, and of course research, all of which will be touched upon during this event. Also, IAU, International Association of Universities, carried out several surveys. The more recent one led to the following, and that was that what you have found during the pandemic and as we're moving towards post-pandemic, despite all of this, there has been enhanced transversal collaboration across institutions. There have been extraordinary measures placed to support students in need. Now, mind you, what we have to see is what we were doing as something that we thought was emergency, but it could be that this is part of the new norm. There has been increase in collaboration despite the pandemic. There has been an increase in the quality of research collaboration, and there have been increases in domestic student enrollments. We were all complaining about not having sufficient international enrollments. Well, guess what? There are a lot of domestic enrollments. As we begin to look at the pandemic, it's important to reflect on what some leaders point out. There are two institutions in the US that everybody points out to. One that you probably have never heard of, it's Southern New Hampshire University. It's an institution that had 3,000 students and now has 180,000 students. And their leader is Paul LeBlanc. And we look closely at what he says. And here are some of the things that we would share with you in terms of the challenges and opportunities. We need to move from what we think is the right curriculum and governance models and processes to programs that are more aligned to jobs, programs that are more relevant to desired skills, programs that are more modular in how they are structured, and more granular in the content in which they are offered, stackable in the sense that the definition henceforth in the post-pandemic era, we might want to insist on the degree, but it's going to be a combination of different modular certifications and aspects that build the portfolio of students. More recently, we heard from Deloitte and International Finance Corporation, that's a branch of the World Bank, talk about how we are moving towards a more learner-centric approach, of course, more online learning, employer collaboration, enrollment competition, student looked at as a customer from the perspective of the service and support that we need to provide, micro-credentialing in the sense of dissecting what we call today as a degree, data as an asset so that we have some sense not only of what is not working, but also what could be in the sense of student success and competency-based education. So all of this leads us to the post-pandemic era. And as we look at the post-pandemic era, we are definitely moving from what we have called a university to a global multiversity. Why would that be the case? On the one hand, what we have found is that Universities on a go-forward basis will have a more diverse set of constituents to serve. If we were accustomed to 18 to 24 only, now there's a growing working adult population and others who have stopped studying, resume after they work, and there are also senior learners as such that we need to begin to talk about cradle to grave in terms of learning. Learning that does not stop when a student graduates, but also when they are there in the productive sector. Multiple modes of delivery. What we found is that, yes, face-to-face has its value, but there are certain situations and circumstances where hybrid and online is also valuable. Multidisciplinary, in the sense that we are almost past the stage where a profession defines what we do and how we do it. Increasingly, it is the case that you have two or more professions, two or more disciplines, as you try to look at a problem, resolve it, prepare students for the future. Multiple roles also. If we were a teaching institution, we now have to do more research. If we were doing research, we now have to be better connected to society, and vice versa. So even if you were a very well-defined institution in terms of being only or mostly research, only or mostly teaching, or only oriented more towards the social portion, you are going to, as a university, be facing all of these roles. And of course, the value of an institution is not in question with respect to how you serve a region. But in order for a region to be more competitive, you need to have a broader mindset. And therefore, global outreach is going to be very important. So as you move forward, it is essential that universities are not only global, they mind the local, but that they're locally relevant by being globally competitive. And in closing, I think that it is very appropriate to bring to the table a reflection on the part of Tom Friedman as we're moving towards the post-pandemic era. He said, well, it is time to begin to reflect and try to transform. And Tom Friedman said the following, he said, during the pandemic, people have communicated, collaborated, and competed in more places, in more ways, with more people, across more countries than ever before. Now and in the future, because of the speed of change, we will always need to be in a state of beta. You remember the notion of nimbility, quick response, adapting as necessary so that you can cope with an increasingly uncertain future. And where PQ plus CQ is greater than IQ. And that means that during the pandemic, we observed that passion quotient plus curiosity quotient are much greater than only intelligence quotient. So in closing, I would just say, let's take note of what has happened. Let's value what has worked. Let's observe what has been innovated on. Let's learn from this, and let's face the pandemic successfully as global multiversities. Thank you very much. Ačiū.
Thank you, dear President, for your important and interesting presentation. And now this is the time for several questions. Any questions, please? Okay, if we have no questions, I would like to give my turn for my colleague. Yeah.
So I would like to remind the audience that we will have a discussion panel after all three presentations. So please keep your questions until then, if they are longer than a short one. And I would like to present the second speaker, Dr. Julia Torabian from University of Luxembourg. Dr. Torabian is the deputy team leader in the European Horizon 2020 project pioneering policies and practices in tackling educational inequalities. She is a senior expert in international development, such as education planning, policy and gender equality, with 25 years of experience across Southeast, Central, West Asia, as well as Western Eastern Africa. Western and Eastern Europe, and a professor in ethics and sustainability and sociology. Professor Juliet Torabian managed international and European multi-stakeholder projects, advised ministries of education on national strategic planning and policy making, delivered capacity building workshops, drafted toolkits, and trained teachers and education experts in these regions in order to ensure equity, equality, quality, access, and right to education. She is also a board member of several academic journals and associations. So with pleasure, I give the floor to Dr. Julia Torabian from University of Luxembourg.
The other keynote speaker didn't get that applause at the beginning, so I'm very privileged. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. A special thanks to my good friend, whose family name I only recently, just today, learned, because I always call her Igna. So thank you very much for inviting me and having me, esteemed colleagues from the government of Lithuania and academia, students and international friends here. How many students do we have here? Could you raise your hands? Wow, okay, so I mean, that's okay. Yes, we are all, I assure you. Today I'm going to talk about social innovation from the point of view of the role of education and culture in creating opportunities for social innovation. I cannot help it because I'm a sociologist, an educationist, and a practitioner. So bringing these three parts of my identity together, I think it's just inevitable that I approach social innovation from the angle of the importance and the role of culture and education. It is going to be a little bit interactive with me, so I wouldn't let you sleep through my speech, hopefully. As you see, I have created this concept, which is called rare consumption. I'm going to talk to you about what it means and what are the dimensions of this rare consumption. Basically, it is about shifting values away from consumerism. And I'm going to take you through this so that you would see how culture and education are very important in creating this shift towards values that safeguard our societies, our culture and our education. So some of the topics that I'm going to touch upon very briefly are the current challenges that we have across the world. I don't think that there is any one of you who is unaware of this, but I'm just going to start with this very grim picture of what the world is now going through. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality. Why we need a shift of our values, what is rare consumption, and what is the role of education and culture in this. So this is the whole, all the themes that I'm going to talk about. So global challenges. I think everyone is familiar with all of these. Climate change, everyone is talking about that. And the urgency of changing the way we practice, changing our policies, creating laws in order to be able to implement mechanisms and strategies to counter climate change. We have a digital divide, which was in fact, we didn't pay attention to it, but it was during COVID that we came to understand that there is a digital divide that is affecting our students, that is affecting our populations across the world. Just by a raise of hand, how many of you, I know that you did a perfect job, beautiful job of shifting to digital learning and teaching immediately when the COVID hit. So that was a very nice move that you took. But how many of you students actually had access to internet and you had a laptop at home to continue your studies? All of you? Okay. If I ask the same question in an African country, you can imagine that not many hands would be up. Okay. In Switzerland, where I teach, I had some of my students who didn't have laptops, personal laptops. There is also the issue of digital illiteracy sometimes, that contrary to you, younger students, many of us faculty members do not have enough digital literacy, and it was difficult for us to, move towards this digital learning and teaching. And then everyone was also in panic in providing education and, not disrupting the education. But then we woke up to this digital divide, which was till then somehow, under the carpet. No one was really paying attention to it. And that digital divide creates inequalities in capacities and in skills. We also have inequality in economic terms, as you know. Even during COVID, many rich people got richer and poor people got poorer. So we are now facing a situation, a social situation across the world where we have a few very rich people and what we call bottom billion of people not having access to employment, of people not having access to education, health, and many other things. We also have as you can see, the plastic problem, so new continents creating in our oceans with all the plastic that we are throwing out without recycling, and even that recycling is now being questioned from sustainable development planners. Deforestation, pesticides that we are using, and also, as you can see, revolutions, movements, social movements, because people are fighting for freedom, people are fighting against populism, rise of nationalism, particularly something that is hitting Western Europe even more, but also in countries like Iran, where people are fighting for their freedom on a daily basis. So these are some of the green parts of the green picture that I can share with you today. I'm sure you are all aware of it. But these are the global challenges. So the question is, how did we arrive here? What happened? Why are we here? There should be some reasons. Just didn't arrive as a package from the sky. There is no stork that just, put this package in front of us suddenly and said, here you go, this is something that we have created, humans have created. But how? So there is this idea of neoliberalism that everyone in academia particularly is very much familiar with. I'm going to avoid using that word because you don't really see any person standing in front of you and saying, I'm a neoliberal. You see capitalists, you see socialists, you see communists, you see whatever other forms of political and economic, let's say, tags, but not really neoliberalism. So it's more of a blurry, it is real, but a blurry topic that we discuss in academia. So instead I have chosen the word, the Trojan horse of happy capitalism. This is one of the reasons, not all, of the reasons why we are facing all these global challenges. So why? How? One of the things is the indicators that we had for the past 50 years. GDP, you're familiar with it, yes? Students, what does it stand for? GDP? Gross? Thank you. Domestic production. So that was something that was that we were told 50 years ago, 60 years ago, particularly by international organizations such as World Bank, for example, or IMF, applauding the progress of countries, particularly, for example, in Southeast Asia, or the Asian tigers. Wow, look at them. They are producing more, so they are advancing. That's very good. Look at them, learn from them. Did the GDP say anything about the natural resources that were used or abused in those countries in order to create more production? Did they talk about the human resources that were used or abused? Children who had to work, forced labor that was used in order to create more and more, produce more and more. Did they talk about the saturation that would inevitably going to happen? No. Today, or at least, like a few years ago, 2018, suddenly World Bank also woke up to the fact, and it is written in one of their reports, oh, sorry, GDP is not a good indicator. It doesn't say anything about the natural resources, about the human resources, about technological advancements, about transfer of knowledge and social innovations, and the cost and benefits for the society and the environment. There was also the bigger pie fallacy. You do know the bigger pie argument. If you have a bigger pie in a country, everyone would be better off. Is that true? I have a bigger pie here, and I have a smaller pie here. Would everyone here in this place have a bigger part from this bigger pie or the smaller one? Any ideas? Sorry? Yes, not necessary. It depends, thank you very much. It depends on who is cutting it. If I assume authority and power over you, I can take, I don't know, a big chunk of the bigger pie for myself, corruption, lack of transparency, and give you, say, okay, this is the remaining part, I'm going to now divide it, while for with the smaller one, I can be, I can be inviting participation democratically, and I can be dividing it into equal pieces for everyone. So it really depends on power relations and transparency, anti-corruption, and good governance. This is one part of the problem, why we are here. The other one is this individualization and individualism that were that were put into one basket while they are not the same. If we talk about individualization, it means we are tailoring programs, we are tailoring, let's say, practices into your needs. Academic needs, pastoral needs, psychosocial needs, that's something else. But if we divide you from other members of the society, individualism, and we say, you compete with everyone, you only care about your utility, which is economic happiness, and do whatever it takes just to make yourself happy, no one else counts. That was the ideology behind this happy Trojan horse of capitalism, which meant, well, businesses would abuse environment and society in order to individually assume a better place in this world. We also had a metamorphosis of our values. So culture suddenly moved to be celebrity culture from what it actually meant in our societies. And education, higher education, for example, was pushed from educating and training cultivated men and women to employable persons. So there is this shift of paradigm that we had for the past 50 years. And of course, as I said, the prominence of celebrity culture over all other forms of culture, but also education being an end to employability and economic utility for individual people rather than a common good. Now, during the COVID, we had an awakening. Suddenly, people started asking questions about our systems, about our values. Now, there was this polarization. Some people said, "Oh, the heck with it. You know, life is short, so I'm going to be even worse, you know, in all these things that I said." So, an individual who's competing with everyone, who is just concerned about themselves, and on the other side, people awakening to the fact that, oh no, this is not a system that we want to go ahead with. So, we need social innovations. We need new methods. We need new answers to the challenges that we have. How can we say goodbye to all these, values that were developed for 5 decades through social innovation, through new methods? And so there was this awakening in the role that people can play in changing things, perhaps, something that they didn't really believe before. Now, the question here is, after this awakening, we should be able to choose between 2 values. The past 50 years has been about I have, therefore I am. So there had been a rise of consumerism. Are we going to go with that? I don't care about others, and I'm an individual competing just on my own. Or are we going to change towards something new, caring for one another, innovating for society, considering culture and education as common goods for everyone, with trickle-down effects for next generations? Well, one concept, and I'm happy to be presenting this for the first time here, because this is a topic that I'm discussing in my second book, which is going to be published next year. So this is the first time I'm actually uncovering just a small part of my next book. Rare consumption is a topic that can guide this shift towards new values. What does it stand for? The first R stands for responsible, taking responsibility of what we are consuming and how we are consuming, how we are dealing with our wastes, how much are we wasting? Europe is one of the most wasteful continents in the world. The food that we, buy and we just throw into the trash bin, or our construction in Europe is very much polluting, for example. How are we going to change these values? So being responsible for the decisions we make as a consumer, because let's face it, we're not going to be, utopic and saying, decrease all the consumptions, don't do anything, don't live, don't buy. No, in a very moderate way, yes, we are going to be consumers, but how? That's the question. The other one is aware. So awareness of greenwashing, which is very much happening today, and we can all see it. I'll give you one example. Remember a few years ago, if you went to supermarkets, you would see that the packaging were bright, shiny, in colors that were created to attract your attention, right? Today, when you go to supermarket, the same ingredient is packaged in very pastel colors, right? Earthy colors. Light green, light beige, something like that, to tell you that, we have changed towards sustainability. You see, we are not using those or for example, brands, particularly fast fashion brands that are highly polluting all across the world, abusing social forces in underdeveloped countries or developing countries, polluting air, polluting water, and the waste of all the fast fashion that they create, and we don't know what to do with it. but still trying to say, oh, for example, we are taking this initiative to be green. Is it real? That's a question that aware students, properly trained in our higher educations, should be able to dig a little bit deeper into and understand the difference between real change towards sustainability, but also taking responsibility of creating new ways of being sustainable. Like applications. I have students who have created applications. You can scan, for example, an item and understand what the level of toxics inside that product is. Things like that. These are the social innovations that we now need based on your awareness. The third part is, the other R is reasonable. So reasonable consumption. I give you one example from a lady that I met during one of my projects in sub-Saharan Africa. We were distributing micro-credentials, like some money to families in order to buy their basic needs from supermarkets. Meanwhile, also providing education on what kind of food they should use or bring home because of its nutrients, not to go and buy junk food and all that. We went to this shopping center to buy things with this lady, and I saw that she's taking only a few things while she really needed. I knew that she needed to get more items. So when we were going out, I asked her, why didn't you get everything? She said, well, the place that I live is almost at the corner of a street and I don't have any place to keep them. So I think, why would I waste and buy more? That was a lesson, a life lesson for me, myself. When we go to supermarkets with our trolleys, feeling things in, without noticing how much space do I have to keep all these things? What is the limit of time that I can keep these? Am I going to, be greedy and buy everything that I see, particularly when we are hungry, when we go to supermarkets? Have you noticed? Filling our trolleys. But being reasonable in our consumption, and also going sometimes to our traditions. I'm sure in Lithuania, if you look at the way your grandmothers, for example, safeguarded food in different ways. I don't know, making jams, for example. That's something that they did. Pickles, for example. Why did they do that? Because they didn't want to waste food, right? While we just, it's there for us in the supermarket. We have lost our touch with nature and how difficult it is and how limited our resources are, and therefore we are wasteful. So, a little bit of also traditional methods that could be revived. And the last part is ethical. Being ethical, meaning, where there are labels that assure you that a product is ethical. For cotton, for example, which we knew till now was harvested by the little fingers of children in certain countries, or, for example, jeans that we wear, the sanding that is used on it to make it beautiful. All the chemicals that children use in order to sand the jeans and make it more beautiful. Should we go ahead and buy those or change, right? So it's all around with labels that are already existing, but also room for innovation by you, by all of you. There's a potential in each and every one of you students to create that new way of understanding how we should consume and how ethical we can be in our consumption. So this is the concept that I've provided. Now, so you say, okay, so these are applications, these are social innovative ways. So what's the role of education and culture in it? Well, in higher education particularly, the type of courses that you go through, if they give you this type of awareness on plastic, on pollution, on your daily practices and how you can change on a daily basis without making a drastic change to your lifestyle, but simply reverting to more ethical, responsible, and reasonable consumption, then that education is one that is in practice sustainable, leading you to social innovation. It happens, I mean, the role of culture and education happen both at the global level and local level, connecting you to other ways of being and becoming, connecting you to other ways of sustainability, connecting you to seeing the world from the eyes of other people and creating a basis of knowledge, not information, because you're bombarded by information, but the role of higher education is to tell you why, how, where, and what that information is. No one tells you this is the age of knowledge. Everyone says this is the age of information. Information doesn't serve anything. It can, in fact, be used for mass management. It can be propaganda, which is the case in several countries. It's that knowledge of asking why, how, what of that information that you see on a screen. One example, influencers that you see on Instagram. For example, advertising for a piece of garment or for a piece of clothing. How aware are they of child abuse that has gone into fabricating that piece of garment? Are they? They're not. You should be aware. So the information they're sending is, look at me, I'm beautiful and I'm happy and I'm feeling very good, buy this. Yes, but why? Do I really need it? Is it ethical? Am I being responsible? All those questions. So the role of culture and education is, in fact, creating the basis of this idea of one earth, one humanity that we have been, in fact, separated from for many years now. So, as a final remark, I can say, as a generation, all of us, we have a narrative, just like the narratives that we hear from previous generation or generations. What is our narrative? How are we going to change? How are we going to write our narrative so that next generations that would look at us say, oh, okay, they made a real change. They were very innovative. They were faced with all these global challenges, but their youth started, innovating different things. Their education systems adapted. Their cultural activities were creating a vision of the world that was diverse and creating equality amongst different places and time. So what is our narrative? Because we are writing that narrative. How are we going to write it? I say, the rare consumption can actually help us a little bit, at least. There are many other ways. This is just one way. Now, I have explained many of these ideas in my previous book that you can see here. Many new ones are going to be added to the next book, I'm hoping, in which I have created a conceptual framework. So this rare consumption is only part of this conceptual framework. And that is talking about wealth, not only in financial terms, but also in educational terms. What is educational wealth and what is educational poverty? We don't talk about that. Immediately when I say poverty, people say, oh, okay, someone who doesn't have money. No, a person can be poor because, they don't have the necessary situation to learn. Learning poverty is something that World Bank itself is also talking about today. Learning poverty and learning wealth, cultural wealth and cultural poverty. If we take all the things that are transferred to us culturally and say, oh no, my generations before me did it this way, so I'm just, even if it is wrong today and it doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep it like that. Then we are in fact countering the very meaning of culture, which means cultivating. Technological poverty and wealth is another form that we need to talk about. Political wealth and poverty. To what extent do we participate in political decisions? To what extent do our institutions allow the voices of everyone? Or is it a top-down management where we have no voice? So that's, you know, we can understand it in a conceptual framework of poverty and wealth. So I hope that this talk has given you enough food for thought, and I'd be happy to answer some of your questions. As I said, I've explained many of these ideas in my book, but also in the next one. I'm happy to be here. This is my email. You can contact me with any questions that you have or any programs or projects. I'd be happy to connect you with my own students and also to continue collaborating with university. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Yes, so we have one question here, please.
Thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentation. It really was one. I use the right to once again come back to the university and ask some questions for the presenter. I wanted to ask you, do you think that your concept of rare intrinsically opposes capitalism? Because from what we were speaking before about the changes that COVID-19 has brought us, all the deliverables that got us through COVID, internet, online shopping, for example, internet that has kept us learning and working, online shopping that made us, you know, that let us have food on our tables, and of course vaccines, most of all.
Of course.
All these products, of course, are deliverables of capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that, I guess what I wanted to say is that, of course, it's great to move towards rare, towards renewable things and how to say enlightened consumption. But most of these changes can happen due to the baking bigger pies and due to the tides that are lifting all boats, because we know that in countries that are less developed, that are more poor than others, there's a problem that they are eating worse food, for example. Yeah, they are eating more, but they are eating worse food, mostly made, for example, from flour, corn flour, and stuff like that. Richer countries can allow themselves better food, fresh food. Michelin restaurants have smaller portions than some of fast food chains. So what I mean is, do you think that consumerism is a problem that is distinctive to capitalism? Because I do think those of us who remember communism, and some of us still do, consumerism could have been as prevalent under communism as it's prevalent under capitalism.
Absolutely.
Only we had nothing to consume.
Absolutely.
So again, do you think that?
I mean, yes, the local population had nothing to consume, but I'm sure the KGB agents had many things to consume. Yes, I remember seeing a photo of all the different teas that were stocked in one KGB agent's home while other people had to line up. Yes, well, okay. Thank you for your question. When I talk about consumerism, it's the prominence of having over being that has shaped the way we behave across many different, let's say, political spheres. So yes, absolutely, I agree with you. It doesn't make any difference whether you are in an authoritarian regime, in a communism regime, in a capitalist regime, or in a democratic regime. It's now a very global approach to assuming that if we have, we are. That's what I'm touching upon, and trying to say that it's all about being and becoming, sometimes even without having. So that's the core idea. And I'm not being a utopist, as I said, saying, oh, no, we all have to go to a jungle and we have to, eat from trees and hunt and, don't consume. And no. It's not like that, but, just to shift away from this, let's say, power relation that has framed our societies towards having an individualism and not taking into consideration that we are only one tiny part of a bigger ecosystem, you see? So that is the core philosophy of the RAID. It could very well happen, I mean, even in fact, consumerism happens more in authoritarian regimes sometimes compared to democratic regimes. It's because, because that is like the way people compensate for their lack of other forms of wealth, including, for example, political wealth. So I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. Very short one. Okay.
I just thank you for this possibility. Very interesting your presentation that gives a lot of ideas. And I would like to ask about science consumerism and education consumerism. And we are discussing it yesterday as well about this. We are governed by market or business principles like science and universities. We have to follow this environment and business principles like competition, we call customers or consumers or students. Is it real the best model, or maybe you know better one that will be based on collaboration instead of competition? What do you think about that?
Thank you for your question. Well, there are several things, if I do not forget to talk about them all. First of all, the EUA, the European Association of Universities, has taken a new stance against this consumerism and neoliberalism in higher education, saying that we are going to distance ourselves from this idea of consumer provider in higher education, and we are also going to move away from the publish or perish strategy, and we are now going to be leaning towards more impact-based evaluation of higher education and faculty members. So the impact on society and in direct relation with communities. That is a very good step. They didn't take it. It should have been taken years ago, but it was taken during COVID, I think in 2021 or 2020. There was an online conference. So that's a good step, which is going to have, its effect on how universities are going to be, positioning themselves in the global market of higher education, let's say. The other thing is, when I talk about RAIR, it is all about, in fact, pedagogies in the classroom and how we can make students aware of all the nuances of consumerism and how we can transfer new values to them in collaboration with them, in fact, because they also have very good innovative ideas. That's about pedagogies and how we can use education and culture in class to create it, but also moving educational policy and practices at institutional level, but also at governmental level, towards sustainability and towards real implementation of sustainable development at every level. So a mission or a vision of a university that is going to, map out how sustainable they are going to be. Now, there has been a very, let's say, the first obvious step that universities have taken is Green Campus, but that is not enough. So now we are talking about the next generation of sustainable development policies that is going to, at institutional level, going to permeate practices, classroom, curriculum, and content. And that is where I think the rare consumption comes in. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Julia Torabian. And now we're going to have the third speaker in this session, Dr. Eddie Ormchem from University of Gothenburg, Sweden. And Doctor has the function of sustainability strategist at the University of Gothenburg and Gothenburg Center for Sustainable Development, where he leads the environmental management team and works mainly with education, research, and collaboration for sustainable development. Eddie Ormsen has conducted research on environmentally adapted product development, organizational change, environmental management systems, project management, temporary organizations, and entrepreneurship. And today we are going to have our honorable speaker online, and he will present online, and he will, okay, he's already on. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me and see me? I hope so. Thank you for inviting me to this important conference. It's a privilege to participate, and thank you to the organizing committee of this one. Like mentioned, I will talk about social innovations and sustainable development, to continue on the previous speakers. Discussion, mainly food for thoughts, what is needed, what are the challenges, some dilemmas, possibilities. And I will talk about experience from Sweden, and particularly from my University of Gothenburg, who is actually moving towards this becoming a sustainable university, having a vision and strategic documents and a governance structure for that, not only working with green campuses. So I will talk about this social innovations, which is driven by social benefits rather than financial profits, and starting with putting that in the EU context. I think, yes, moving. The social economy, the future for Europe, it is stated. And the Europe Commission's action plan for the social economy was launched in 2021. And putting highlight, the purpose is to strengthen the social innovation, to support development of the social economy, and to promote its transformed social and economic power. The time frame is 2021 to 2030, and the EU Commission and the member states, the countries are part of this, and the follow-up will do with milestones and follow-up evaluation. And also the focus here is very strong on job creation, and I will come back to that to widen this talk about, because there are some, this is from the forum in Strasbourg, stakeholders from different parts gathered together to discuss the social economy, which is giving a boost now from a European point of view. And the action plan is focusing on the concept of social economy. I will give you some definitions on that, which could be interesting to discuss. To create better conditions for the social economy, not least about financing social innovation, that's a crucial thing. Create new development opportunities for units within the social economy, and greater recognition of the social economy and its potential. Here behind this, we can highlight different networks that are drivers to this initiative. REEF, the European Network of Cities and Regions for the Social Economy. TICOP, the European Confederation of Industrial and Service Cooperatives. It's one way of form to use the cooperation to work with social innovations. EDISES, which is specialized in supporting the development of the social economy, social entrepreneurship, and social innovation. And I think if you're interested for the purpose of the conference, I think it's good to be in touch with these networks. But also the connection to fostering entrepreneurship education, which was mentioned here before. So this is a guide from EU, fostering EU education. There were 5 key topics. Develop the competence of leaders and teachers is crucial. Encourage cooperation of EU stakeholders about policies and curricula. Communicate what EE is and what benefit it brings, a measurement and compare EE practice and impact in pan-European research, share knowledge and experience to enhance teaching and learning. And this is what was mentioned previously, very important. And here I think we in the higher education institutions have an important role to play. So entrepreneurship education essentially is about problem solving and the 4 C's: communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. And in some essence, we are doing that, particularly critical thinking, but the change here is to also be creative, to collaborate and to communicate solution in a broader context. So that's a big challenge for teachers in higher education institutions. A few weeks ago, I was on the Social Business Day in Sweden, which is a major conference we have on social innovation. And just to give you some highlights for that, the social finance, like I mentioned, is very strong in focus. According to European Social Enterprise Monitor, 88% of social companies want to grow, upscale, but 52% say that access to capital is the biggest obstacle. And here we need some kind of innovation on how to deal with finance in the social business sector. The future agenda in Sweden was launched. The agenda contains 10 measures for how the sector should develop and which investments Sweden should focus on to promote social entrepreneurship. Sweden government launched its strategy on social entrepreneurship in 2018, but now it needs to be implemented. So it's a very critical part now. There is not a lot of money invested, and the implementation plan haven't been launched yet. We have a new government on board this week, so we will see what will happen in this. But in some sense, the EU level is more driving force than Sweden on a national level, which is not so promising. And then the agenda is focusing on financing, need and demand, strengthening business and advisory skills, clarify and measure the effects, develop knowledge and meeting places, collaboration places for different stakeholders. And this was launched by the Social Entrepreneurship in Sweden. And also a handbook was launched, the New Pathways to Innovate Welfare Solutions, with a focus on creating sustainable cooperation structures. I think, like talking about ecosystems to collaboration to enhance that. And it was launched by the Swedish Municipality and Regions Association, who are a very strong stakeholder in social innovations. Social entrepreneurship, this is one definition, the social responsibility, focusing on achieving social or environmental results, which usually take precedence over profit maximization. The innovation, for example, through new organization forms, processes, but also ways of thinking. I think we heard here already, like a discussion on GDP, creating books, narrative, that sort of innovation is also important. The market orientation to promote the spread of social innovation to reach a wider audience and influence. And this is discussed, I know, in research and between stakeholders, but if you have that in mind, then you can see how the models for business innovations and social entrepreneurship could be merged. I will come back to that, how we work in our university. This is another definition from Kelvin Saring, who wrote this Swedish book on ecosystem entrepreneurship. The main purpose of driving force behind social innovation and entrepreneurship is social change rather than profit motive. Social innovations lead to increased welfare, quality of life, and improved networks. Social innovations are system changing. They are change perceptions, behaviors, structures, and lead to profound societal challenges. So a little bit about social innovations and sustainable development at my own university, University of Gothenburg. I hope you all know where Sweden is, and Gothenburg is on the west coast. A little bit about our university. We have 8 faculties, 38 departments. We don't have veterinary school, engineering school, but otherwise we have a broad variety. And main part of the innovation is coming from the Sahlgrenska Academy, the medical school, the Faculty of Science, and the business school, School of Business, Economics, and Law. The other faculties are not fit in that, and I will come back to that one, because I think there is a potential and also how the narrative, the inclusion of these faculties in social innovations is a challenge here. A little bit about our students and revenues and etc. So now you know our university. The Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030, just to give you one framework that I think is important to have in mind, as mentioned here. The UN resolution signed by 193 countries already in 2015. It is 17 goals that balance the three traditional pillars of social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. It needs to have a holistic perspective. The goals are universal and strongly linked. And I think this is a big challenge, not only cherry picking which goal do you work with, affect positively, but also try, and I think we are well situated from higher education institution level that we can deal with this needs system thinking, critical thinking to see how they're interlinked, connected. So the 17 goals, 169 targets, 232 indicators. It's a very complex framework, but I think it's working good as a roadmap and as a framework for actually use that. You can use that in two ways, in my opinion. How do universities from outside, from the universities to the society, how do universities help to implement and to reach the SDGs? Yeah, educate current and future SDG implementers. This should be integrated in all curricula, if I could decide. Create knowledge and innovations of relevance for the SDGs and develop and demonstrate solutions in cooperation with society. And I think social innovations are in particular important here because some of the goals, many of them are more focusing on social innovations. But also not forgetting that how do the SDGs help or support universities to promote education and sustainable development, provide a framework for the definition of responsible university, which was mentioned. I think now we can see, do we contribute to the SDGs and Agenda 2030? Also to support cross-boundary collaboration with new internal and external partners and create new funding streams, both inside the university, but also from different funding agencies to work with the achievement of the SDGs. So at our university, a little bit about entrepreneurship at our university. We have two programs for entrepreneurship, Sahlgrenska Academy, Medical School, and School of Business, Economics and Law. And we also have a PhD program in innovation and entrepreneurship. And then we have 40 research centers, not specifically focused on innovations, more maybe on multi and transdisciplinarity, which is a key part in working with SDGs, but also innovation. It could be green innovation and it could be social innovation as well. Two projects that I will mention, YouGo Challenges and the Agera project. I will start with the YouGo Challenges, which was an initiative that we launched 2016. At the same time, the SDGs were launched, 30 million euros invested in 6 multidisciplinary research centers. The AgeCap, Center for Aging and Health, CARE, the Center for Antibiotic Resistance Research, the Center for Critical Heritage Studies. CECAR is the Center for Collective Action Research, particularly focusing on climate impact. FRAM is the Center for Future Chemical Risk Assessment and Management Strategies, and then SWEMARK, the Marine Mariculture Research Centers. And these have been running now, evaluated, and on good results. And you see that you can frame the questions are not directly connected to the SDGs, but you can have it on the grand challenges that we have in society. The thing here, the challenge that we have at university, that we have a policy for centers. Now they should be running on their own. So even if they are successful, they can't continue from the governance point of view of the university, which could mean that some of them, even if they are very positive in the outcome and results, they can't continue. And this is a challenge that we have to deal with. We also have the Agera project, which we have running. I was running project management for this. 8 universities working with the Sustainable Development Goal and the Agenda 2030 as a framework. And there is reports, and I can share this with you. But one thing that we did here, we developed the SDG Impact Assessment tool to better understand the need for collaboration, to see how the SDGs are interlinked, So you see what positive impact you have on the SDGs, but also you're forced to look on the negative impact. And maybe where you need more knowledge, meaning you have to collaborate with other stakeholders. It's a free online tool, so be happy if you can use it and see how you can use it. We use it in our own assessment on entrepreneurship innovation. I will come to that one. Because we have a grants and innovation office, which support mainly to researchers, but also to teachers to do innovation and utilization. You can test innovation, you can have seed monies for that. So there's a system to support utilization and research solution. And we also now recently start to have the Social Impact Studio to work with social innovation. And I think this is very important for the future to include more faculties, more students, more ideas to work with social innovations connected to sustainable development. We also have Geo Ventures, which is a holding company run by the government, but connected to our university to strengthen the collaboration between our university and the regional industries. And they have initiated world-class incubation and funding and expertise primarily in life science and tech. And now they're trying to work more with sustainable development. So striving for sustainable future is for them now given, but it is also using the sustainability as a tool that they can really make a difference. 87% of their companies contribute to reaching the SDGs. And many of them work with social innovation and green tech. So from this is something that I'd like to share. They are trying to shift now from a strategic point of view, from more traditional investing, focusing pure on profit consideration, through responsible investment, when you exclude negative investment in tobacco or weapon or something like that, through sustainable investing, and then to impact investing. So you can see measurable positive impacts, selecting companies that solve a priority of social and environmental problems connected to the SDGs. And they are, for instance, using the SDG impact assessment tool among different tools to evaluate the impact and the impact done by the companies that they will invest in. And I show you small here, it's Swedish, but just one point I would like to make, that Sahlgrenska Academy and the business school, 3 faculties are the one who are supporting the most ideas to the Geo Ventures. But when it comes to the faculty of performing arts, humanities, social science, and education faculty, there are very low ideas coming from these faculties. And I was thinking, well, how can one enhance that? Why are not they performing better? Or is it about other challenges that we state? I would really like to discuss that with you, because I think social innovation should not be only focusing on creating jobs. It's important. We have to look at it from a broader perspective. And this is one way to give you an example. The Swedish Green West, Yellow West, not only in France, they are in Sweden. This is child take care, the preschools. They are going out. This is a social innovation in my opinion, which is very important to make people be able to work, both women and men. And then we have the Swedish tax authority. Taxes are very important to develop a welfare state. I don't go into the discussion of values about taxes, but it's important that if you pay taxes, you can see what is the gain, what is the payback from the society, what will you gain from that one? And you have to trust. And we had the former minister who said that it should be important and also sexy to pay taxes. You shouldn't avoid them. And we can discuss taxes in multinational companies to try to avoid them. But that's a social innovation which is very important. You have contracts, you have mortgage to buy property. You have to have legal contract. That's for me very important social innovations. You have different premium bonds. You have actually business plans and strategies that we use. That, in my opinion, also are social innovations. You have, of course, stocks and bonds to make clear who is owning a company. And like mentioned before, the GDP is one measure it was socially invented, but also money to do the transaction with selling goods and services. This is a Swedish currency. We don't have the EU. but also in different countries on a local level. In developing countries, you are creating your own currency. Like, for instance, in Argentina, where the inflation is very high, they are creating currencies so you can do exchange of values and services because the actual money is not working. So these are examples of social innovation, broadening the perspective from not only job creations. And I would like to say a little bit about language. This is about the Swedish lobbyist for language. I think you mentioned about narrative. And I think language is one thing that is very important, and to see how this is combined with norms and values in society. So this is about language, is about identity. This is the Sami people, the Catalan people. You create identity having a language, but also the importance of language to connect it to narrative. The biodiversity of language is important. The social values of words and what they represent. I'll give you an example here. In Sweden, the private and the public sector is not called the private and public. It's called näringsliv and offentlig sector. So it is a nourishing sector and it's a consuming sector, which means that one sector is nourishing, feeding the other one. And this is, from a value point, very unbalanced. So we have to have discussion about the narratives. Swedish words, ombudsman, I think it's globally recognized now. Greta Thunberg and Fridays for Future developed flygskam, which is flight shame, which they didn't need to promote during COVID, but maybe we have to use that again, which is spread, flight shame. Try to, with language, affect behaviors and way of thinking and thoughts. So this is one way to put it in norms and value connected to gender. And this is a study done of a colleague of mine, Jimmy Sand, on the Swedish Secretariat for Gender Research at our university. And this is interesting because they're looking for gender. For example, they say the difference between gender is not combined with the climate issue, is not so, strange. Men eat more meat than women and meat consumption has a bigger impact on climate than vegetarian food. But more detailed analysis shows that the underlying factor is the norms and ideals rather than the gender per se. So, for example, men who want to be perceived as real men also eat more meat, and conversely, female body ideal leads to more vegetarian diets. And I was just thinking about, and you can share this, one reflection: real men want to run real businesses, real entrepreneurs want to do what? So it's social innovation, social entrepreneurship. Is that having positive value, or does it have maybe not as positive value as running industrial or green tech businesses? Just one reflection from values and norms that we have. So strategies for innovations on sustainable development. I want to share this. If you work with development, one professor shared this with me, then you need to be smart. If you work with sustainable development, then you have to be wise. And this is similarities between good science and wisdom, connecting to research. Finding and asking the right and important questions, asking the right questions to get the important answer, not to be too confident, being humble. This is from Stefan Einar, Roads to Wisdom, Swedish writer. So one way to the student asked Dr. Einstein, are these the same questions of last year's exam? Dr. Einstein said, yes, but this year the answers are different. And I think this is important to bear in mind when we're dealing with social innovations and not forgetting that how important that is. As mentioned previous, we had this post-COVID, we are going to a recession. We have a war in Ukraine. The climate change hasn't now diminished, it's still there. And just to be some way optimistic from a Schumpeter's point of view, constructive destruction might be some hope here, because when we are living in crisis, human beings tend to be innovating, and you have to, like the first speaker said, you have to create a new normal, new innovation. So that's my hope, that this conference and this could lead to new innovations due to the way that we have not only one crisis, but we have several crises. And a brief reflection on some general-centered questions. One question: should researchers be suited and brilliant at developing social innovations? And are they? And this, as mentioned, Pam Friedman wrote an article about the merit system, which is she thinks she's the president on the International Association of University, my former rector at the University of Gothenburg. And she said that today's merit system doesn't provide support. So we need to change that system to achieve the goals that we have, particularly in social innovation. Should higher education be suitable environments for developing social innovations? Yes, there should be, and maybe to include the faculty that I mentioned in our university, arts, social science, education faculty, to work together with the other faculty on social innovations. But we are not there, I would like to say. And our higher education institutions included as natural and important actors in the ecosystem around social innovations and social entrepreneurship. My opinion is that when it comes to industrial ecosystem, we are part of that one, an engineering school. But when it comes to ecosystem, the conference I attended, in some stakeholders for social innovation, job creation, they even mention academia as a part. Still, we are in the quadruple helix, but I think we will need to work to become an active part in ecosystem for social innovations. And then finally, do traditional innovation models help or overturn social innovations? I'll show you this from Geo Ventures, and we can discuss, is it feasible? If you want to reach a market, you need finance in that sense, but are there differences between social innovations and traditional innovation? We're talking business clusters and social clusters. What are the differences between them? What are the similarities? What are the strengths? So that was some thoughts at the ending. And thank you for your attention, information about me and our work. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have time for one short question. And if there is no such question, so we have a coffee break and we will have discussions then in the second part. So see you all. The coffee is close in the hall to this room. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to see you back again. I hope you had a tasty coffee. And I have heard that you had many interesting discussions there. So let's continue then. We will change a little bit now our agenda, and we will have now 10 or 15 minutes for discussions on the first presentations that we have heard. Because as the experience show, later on, before lunchtime, most probably we will not have time again. So now, please, if you would like to continue your discussions that you had during the coffee break, you are welcome to raise your hand and to ask the questions for our speakers. So please, yes, Nomada.
How will our societies look like? What challenges will we face? How will it affect our universities? What we have to prepare for? It is a question for probably all the speakers.
Thank you for your question. I think we briefly discussed this during the break, but so the trend that we are seeing today in the world is a very sharp polarization. And I think that is going to continue in one form. Whether people are going to join more on the side that is sustainable and environmentally friendly, that I think needs, as we were discussing, not only grassroots initiatives, but also reviving the essential role of culture and education in order to cultivate new source of values, I think. What I see is polarization, in fact. As I said, I mean, do I have any idea of what is going to happen next 10 years? We are at the edge of chaos. I very much like chaos theory because it explains how we operate. Well, if I was thinking, yes, but you know, we teachers are not used to these things because we know how to project our voices in classrooms. If we are at the edge, and I think we are, we need to have convincing attractors on the other side. Having a better vision that could actually attract us to take a leap from where we are to a better future, I think. Social innovation is part of it in order to create that new, let's say, world regime, I think. But that's all I can say. If I knew, I would have bought a lottery ticket, and then in 10 years I would be a billionaire, but thank you.
Well, along those lines, I would say that unfortunately it does look like the world is moving in a direction of greater polarization. But because of that, then higher education institutions have a very important role. On the one hand, promoting or espousing greater tolerance, greater understanding, cultural understanding, sensitivity, such that universities become facilitators and enhancers, not of walls, but of bridges. And that among other things, and one of the positive things of the pandemic is that it has taught us that there can be greater communication, greater cooperation, and greater collaboration. And that's the challenge. And I think that among other things that we talk about the next 10 years, alternative modes of delivery and communication and cooperation are going to be on the rise. So I think, while we have our work cut out, institutions of higher education should position themselves to be an effective diffuser, if you will.
Oh, well, I will talk later about the future, but it's very difficult to forecast, I think, nowadays. The only thing I want to say is, for me, is sustainability is more related to cultural problems, and I think we should share more things instead of we need to share things and cultural sustainability, and of course I think even innovation in social is something that needs to be shared among people, needs to be more developed among a big group of people. So something that I'm going to mention in my presentation. The thing that I forecast in 10 years is difficult. I can forecast in 5 minutes. I will deliver my speech, but it's very difficult. Also, new generations, they face the war, they face the pandemic, nothing expected. They were saying, oh, this new generation, they have nothing to tell, nothing to write in their history. Now they have a war, now they have a pandemic, so big things too. But I think from this criticality, as someone said before, we can really transform in new opportunities. And I believe that, especially myself as a designer, I think we should develop that into opportunities.
Very much, and I have one more remark regarding polarization. Might it imply conflicts? Polarization might imply conflicts, or do you see some other ways to avoid that?
Polarization, if we do not act, can lead to more conflicts, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions or discussion raised? Yes, Rector, please.
Also, I want to reflect on one important issue from the university perspective. We all understand this future way of Europe, future way of global higher education. And as universities, we are forced sometimes to go through two different strategies. One strategy is neoliberal, key performance indicators, Q1 publication, Q2 publication, QS rankings, Global Times higher education rankings, and all of that, as we are public institutions, really dependent on public funding. So we can't avoid, even when we do not agree fully with the indicators which are shown, we have to follow this strategy. But of course, the strategy that you are presenting today, all the presenters, and when you talk about social innovation, about our social future, is also our way forward. So for universities, it's very hard as they have to implement two strategies, as I said. And I want to ask you, from the perspectives of your institutions, maybe you have some solutions and some clue when it will be this full transformation and identification of only one strategy towards the future.
I think that until further notice, you have to deal with whatever cards you have on the table. So I believe that even if you're a public institution or a private one, you are facing not a duality, sometimes multiple strategies. So I think that there are those who can afford the luxury of saying, I don't believe in rankings, I don't believe in this, this is my mission and I will do it. That's probably 1% of the institutions in the world. The other 99% have to juggle between the conventional or traditional mission of the institution, which may or may not emphasize social responsibility and closeness to community enough. But now we have no choice. We have to. If we really want to be a true university, we have to incorporate that. I think historically, the connection to the community has been more embedded into the public university than the private one, but it does not relieve private universities from this. And even if public universities were doing it, many were not doing it intensively or right enough. They have to do more. And private ones, you know, it's not only about teaching and research, it's about social outreach. So I think that until further notice, as leaders, we're going to have to cope with the duality. But in the end, what is essential is, what is your mission? And in that sense, that's why I mentioned in the presentation, whatever you do, you have to remain faithful to your mission. You cannot arbitrarily forget it and you know, institute a new university. So unfortunately, we have to deal with both, but be faithful to mission.
Thank you very much. Very enriching discussion, and thank you for launching this very complex discussion. 3 points that I can add. I think we are navigating through uncertain times, but there are in fact 2 different layers to it. One is a change that is planned. So, you know, under the global initiatives like SDG, for example, we say, okay, this is the roadmap, so everyone has to move towards that. So within that, we know how to manage our plans, our policies, our practices, our institutional missions, how to orient ourselves, and how to manage crisis, for example, because that is planned. Sometimes, but the uncertainty comes from changes that happen, you know, on the spot without us being able to you know, pre-planned responses to it. So I think that is the uncertainty of our time, that we are navigating between these 2. There are fixed frames, but also there are new things that you know, are generated. Regarding the rankings, I have written an article actually about it, saying they are completely irrelevant to the mission of our universities, you know, the triangle of society collaboration, social collaboration, teaching and research, and that if we cannot change them because they are now the reality of our higher education system, one thing that we can do is to push for change from inside, you know, to adapt them to what is really important for our higher educations today, so that our higher education institutions are not ranked based on the number of international students that we have, for example, but how we are creating connections and networkings and intercultural learning and communication because we have this. So if we have international students in our classes and they are rubbing shoulders, that doesn't mean that we are internationalized. How deep in our pedagogies, in our classroom practice, and in our you know, in our communities we are actually integrating that. And the last thing is, I think I agree with you as well. There is no way that we can negotiate on the principles of a higher education, which is to cultivate minds, which is why we have to, I think, give more importance to social sciences, to political sciences, but also to technological sciences at the same time, and create interdisciplinary courses where these students can actually come together to understand. We were discussing it last night. when I said I have computer scientist friends who say, for my colleagues who are computer scientists, it is always 0101. So they have no, not all of them, but many of them do not have an understanding of environmental sustainability or social justice or human rights. So we need to bring these students, but faculty members and experts together in order to create an interdisciplinary approach to all the change that we want to make, I think.
I don't know much about the ranking, but I think, but the only thing I know is a right competition is quite correct also to achieve, to push a little bit further, but not to be only in the ranking, also towards the real world, towards doing things for students to achieve, to be attractive to them, to produce things for them in a real, in a proper way. That's why I'm happy to be as a designer talking with audience, different audience, not talking about with my colleagues, whatever, in the field of design of architecture. I think the interesting part is to connect, to go beyond the border, cross things, and to intersect things. And I think this is the factor to produce new innovation. I think this is the only way to produce innovation, to change, to transform. As a sort of a slow metamorphosis that we need to adapt, also to be able to react. Sometimes universities are slow in reactions, and sometimes we need to react as professors, as professionals in this world, which changes very fast, and we need to react and be able to react like that.
I'd just like to add a few things, because if there is something we shouldn't forget, it is that during the most recent crises, most universities were able to overcome. So we need, so in that sense, yes, it's a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. But we have demonstrated that we can navigate through that. And I think as leaders, what we need to do is take note of the existence of that mindset, of the existence of certain key working groups that need to come together or periodically come together to see what else is brewing that can allow us to overcome. So I think that we should not forget. That's a very important learning. Second is that if there is something that the pandemic has caused, and I'm linking the future and this question, it is that we're here, and I'm not talking because of the crowd and trying to sympathize. Educational institutions are here, yes, for the benefit of society, but we're here to develop and to serve students. And I think that if something has happened during the pandemic, it's reminded us that we should provide all the support necessary so that it is about student development, it is about student success. Which brings me to the third point. We talk about SDGs, but even if we didn't have SDGs, what the current situation and for the next 10 years is important is to reflect on how universities typically focus during undergraduate studies on the profession, not on the person. And therefore, even if we are continuing that focus on the profession, we should incorporate, through SDGs or other modes, a humanization of the curriculum. It's about people. We're developing people. We're developing citizens. Yes, we're developing professionals, but who think, act responsibly, sensibly, using your rare analogy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for these very deep insights. We will continue further with our program, and now we will have our first speaker in this part of our session. Tadas, please.
And as Aurelia, she has already mentioned, the first speaker, we would like kindly to invite Professor Architect Icco Migliori, an Italian architect and designer, professor at the School of Design of Politecnico di Milano in Italy. This school is number 5th on the rank in the world.
Talking about the ranking, right?
School of Designs, and also chair professor at Yonsei University in Busan in South Korea. Talking about the main facts of the biography of Professor Architect Iko Migliore, he in 2020 founded the research unit Cultural Proximity and Politecnico di Milano, an innovative research program that involves young talents and builds on a 10-year-long academic experience working on the urban redevelopment issue. In the last 4 years, Professor Architect Iko Migliore was appointed by the Italian Ministry of Culture and Foreign Affairs as Ambassador of Italian Design in Doha, Seoul, and Bogota. Professor Architect Iko Migliore has contributed to discussions on the evolution of interior communication and urban design with text and articles. He is a co-founder with Mara Serveto of the brand name Migliore plus Serveto, also Milan-based design studio that is behind several major cultural destinations in Italy and all over the world, such as the Egyptian Museum in Turin, the Miramare Museum in Trieste, the Chopin Museum in Warsaw, and the Adi Design Museum in Milan. Migliore plus Serveto won numerous prestigious international awards, including Ren Dot Design Awards, Compasso de Oro Awards, Effects International Interior Design Awards, German Design Awards, and International Design Awards either in the United States of America. So, dear Professor, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. For mentioning many times Professor Architect Iko Migliore, so I'm surprised. I'm here, right. By the way, I'm Iko Migliore. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very glad that I was lucky to meet Inga Žaljenina, is correct? Spell? Žaljenina? In Busan almost a month ago, I think, for your honorary degree that you received at Donshu University. University where I'm also very pleased to be chair professor there. I like very much this university. I like very much Korea. With my friend from Korea, they're in the stands. So, and of course, I think I'm very happy because my speech will be not in front of architects and designers, but in front of other people. And especially was addressed to students more than to all of you. But I think, but now I see less students, but I may try to tell them what I'm saying if they're interested. And by the way, I think something interesting that they mentioned, my colleagues, about curiosity, about the necessity, creativity and curiosity, something that I'm gonna mention in my presentation, and related to social innovation, which to me is a very broad concept, which includes many different aspects and should be investigated from many different fields. As a designer, as an architect, I've worked in this field for the last 20 years, and I will also show you some of the project that we have done in this field. In my speech, I will take you to a short journey about what are the same, underline the relationship between design and social innovation, and of course, for better social impact, which I think is a critical factor for all of us, and what I'm interested. And from theory to practice, because something that as a professor, of course I work in university, but from practice I have my own studio with a big team of people, and we have developed project in relation to of course, to this matter. Then I will show you 2 case studies, one project that we have done in Milano about this, and another project that we have done in Venezia, beautiful place. It's in Procuratie Vecchie, related to this sustainability, environment and people, project for environment and people. I think, as I said before, sustainability is a matter of cultural attitude. It's not a matter of plastic. I think, okay, we all know that we don't have to spread out full bottles of plastic all over the places, but we need the attitude. We need to change the way that we behave, and that goes the way of behaviors. I think it's very important the way we behave in our city. So that's in our world. So as Juliet said, you know, we don't instead of having, right? And I think we need to share and be aware. So something that through design we can do that, I believe. So I want to start. Let's start with this. Okay. I want to start with this. This is Roma. This is Roma, you know, probably Roma. But I don't want to talk about film. I don't want to talk about, I like cinema, by the way, very much. And this is a very famous film movie with Gregory Peck and Audrey Hepburn, right, in Roma. And I want to talk about innovation. This wasn't very innovative. It was 53. I wasn't born at that age, but it was a very, very nice movie, very nice film. And I want to start with this because I think it's very much connected to what I will tell you after about innovation. What is innovation? Innovation is everything that positively affects people's behavior. And as a designer, this is in my mind always something I teach to my students. Don't think that innovative is a shape. Innovation is never a shape. It's something that people do. It doesn't matter which is a lamp or was a table, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's what people do, how people behave is important. Innovation is this one. So we have to go for this in this direction. And innovation is everything in this kind of a direction. And I want to talk about this, not about them, but I want to talk about this. I have innovation in my pocket. This one. This is a little Vespa. You know Vespa? You know Vespa is a scooter, little scooter. Actually, it's the scooter there. Vespa has been, I'd like to tell you a short story about, probably you don't know the story about this scooter, right? It's a Vespa scooter, probably very nice. Actually, this is exactly the scale model of this one, 53, very nice. I put it here. And Vespa has been produced, just a small story, what innovation for sustainability, social inclusion, innovation, was produced by Piaggio. Piaggio was a company in Genova. Genova is the city where Cristoforo Colombo was born a few years ago. And Piaggio was a manufacturer producing airplanes and warplanes also during the Second World War. But then after the war, all the plans were damaged, completely damaged by the war. And they had no job for many people, nothing to do. So we're about to fail because not enough, many employees to do this. So, I mean, they want what they do. And then Mr. Piaggio said, we need to give to the Italian, Mr. Piaggio was a very, interesting entrepreneur. We need to give to Italian a motorbike. Because at that place, people wanted to, there's no money, there is no gasoline, but people wanted to move after the Second World War. They wanted to travel, but they had no chance to travel. Cars were too expensive. Everything was complicated. And buying, American motorbike or even a British motorbike was too expensive. So let's produce an Italian motorbike. And then he called this guy, and he called this guy, it's called Corradino d'Ascagno, a great engineer, aeronautic engineer, and who became the father of Vespa. And he said, who also designed, Corradino d'Ascagno comes from Politecnico di Torino, where I graduated, by the way. And he also conceived the first Italian helicopter. It was a very visionary engineer and design. And he asked him, can you design a bike for me, a motorbike for me? He said, no, I cannot design a bike for you, because I don't like motorbikes. They're not polite, they're not elegant. People, they have to climb up on top of it, almost like going a horse. Then he came back and said, I try to redesign it by using the same plans that we did for the airplanes. And so that's what came out. The novelty was this one, a new engine, side engine, space in front, to sit polite, with the space in front for luggage, for women, also at that age, of course, with long skirts, driving motorbikes. And then elegant, that, of course, became a sort of an Italian icon. It became a sort of a new way of having to free the Italians to travel, to move around Italy with this kind of object that allow people to travel, allow people to hope, and change completely. It was a very innovative object. Of course, now we don't need any more motorbikes or this kind of motorbikes with gasoline and so on with the problem that we're facing. But this was very, very a big transformation. Also was affordable and also very beautiful on the way, because it was a beautiful, beautiful design object, starting from the airplane for the aerodynamic with this kind of soft body work, very well designed. So this object freed the Italian, the mobility, and gave them a new dream. So this is how I would say a typical example. Well, creativity and criticality meets the opportunity to become something different, to change the behaviors of people. And this is something we look forward to understand altogether. And also in the matter of creativity, sometimes, especially people that do my job, they think a creativity is one-man show. It's never a one-man show. It's a collective activity. We all are creative together, changing this world together. So this is one example. that I wanted to mention to you. Of course, I will not be focused on object now. I just want to talk about the rest and of course, system characterized for collective spaces. And also, I like to talk about our common ground, which I think is very interesting to me to be shared as as an idea. After this story that I tell you just very briefly about an object and how can I imagine for the innovation in design, we are in university, as we said before. I'm firmly convinced that, especially today, this is the center of gravity of what we are doing and what we are researching, in a place in which we can share things together. I think this is a place in which we have to debate all those problems. Being connected to professionals, be connected to outside, to the professionality, and be connected to the real world. But I think this is the main center in which we can discuss those topics and those problems. I think we should be the center of gravity for this. And I truly believe that I'm very happy to be here in this beautiful place, beautiful university. Also for me, for the first time in Vilnius, which was a very interesting city, very beautiful city. And so, for this reason, in 2020, in Politecnico, I founded, with the design department, after 10 years of teaching and with students and professors, I founded a research unit called Cultural Proximity Lab, in which we work with innovation design for public spaces, culture, and environment. We produce projects in this field. The main goal is to analyze and propose new design scenarios related to cultural fruition and, of course, to social engagement for the city. So it's something that we would develop with many other professors, from many other, also we say, well, inclusion from many other, I would say, field of design altogether in this work. Researches and projects are conceived as extension or amplifications for the perceptive ability to the public direct toward human awareness. And as we know, we are in an era where everything but faster, everything is in change, in motion, and in transformation, for a sort of a metamorphosis that accelerates by the technologies, by problems that we have. And we have to manage this uncertain time, complexity, and disease, and social psychological also level. In this perspective, which is the role of design in today? The word design is overused sometimes, not in a proper way. Design to me is more like project. Design sometimes looks like more like shapes, more like something fancy, something that attractable. No, design is a project, is a process, and something I want to be focused on today. In this perspective, to me, the role of design, the designer, especially the designer, I talk about myself, we should act more like a director, almost like a film director, almost a sort of a coordinator of many other people together, working in a big group of people, working together to achieve one common goal, one common goal. So the real goal for designers is the production of scenarios now, not objects, more like scenarios, often clearly different from everyday life, built on objective, of course, and theme and technologies of the present, of course, and conditions of the present. We need to rethink about scenarios in which we're going to live. And in this perspective, the overlapping of various skills, the relationship between science, art, industry, psychology, anthropology, and so, is a new way of approaching this project. It's a new way of approaching the way of redesigning the world in which we are, which I can call a very highly integrated process. We need to work on this field, highly integrated process with all the people. And I come from Politecnico, I can say that this would be a sort of, I would say, like say a polytechnic attitude. Polytechnic meaning having many other, technicalities and all together. And going to some example that I want to show you, I have here two examples that something that we studied and also something that we apply this to share with people those problems and to involve people, to include people in the things that we are doing. The environmental, of course, emergency of the last century highlighted by the pandemic has led us to the urgent need to reformulate the preponderant role of the human being on the planet by taking, I would say, less anthropocentric action, of course, design approach, I would say, less anthropocentric. This urgency highlighted by above, all by re-evaluation of the concept of Anthropocene, which can be defined as a geological era characterized by a significant anthropic impact on geological and ecosystem of the planet. In this framework, the role of design is crucial to reconsider the position of human being in a more pervasive relationship with contemporary environments through an approach, I would say, let's say, more than human. But in the post-Anthropocene concept does not exclude human being as a fundamental component of our world, of course. And this this is the first example that I want to talk to you. I want to explain you about this project that is an interesting case study that I want to bring here. A topic was the Italian pavilion at the 22nd Triennale in 2019. This is called Broken Nature. Broken Nature is Broken Nature was curated by Paolo Antonelli from the MoMA of New York, and it was about an extension explored the concept of restorative design, highlighting object and concept at all scales, reconsider the relationship between the human being and the environments, including natural and social ecosystem. This event took place in 2019 in Triennale di Milano, one of the most important Italian cultural institutions and also venue for this, and counted more than 50,000 visitors and many international participants from many different countries, and to bring their own vision, to bring their own topics in this about this broken nature situation. And the Italian pavilion, among them, is this one here. Just a picture of that, which I designed as an art director, as a designer, but at the same time I curated, co-working with the dean of the university School of Design and the rector of architecture, and and other professors. And we wanted to highlight those innovative outcomes that pay attention to define a future while respecting the 4 natural elements. That's why we call the 4 elements taking care. There were 41 research projects from engineering, architecture, design department, organized to a concept of from micro to macro design. A pavilion for knowing, listening, measuring, and I need to park my bike here because there's okay. Measuring, and of course, where exploration becomes a sort of a memorable experience for people to memorize what we have to do and how we can do it. Because we need to spread out, we need to share the contents with people, with ordinary people, and we need to find the way to do this, not only within the academic institution, but also outside. And this was a great chance to do with this concept of from micro to macro, which was a great concept that also Charles and Ray Eames started many years in '67 in the United States to develop this idea. Then we involved in this project, more than 400 people were involved, 400 people including researchers, professors, students, and of the Politecnico, and became a sort of, I would say, memorable experience for everyone there. The space was conceived as a contemporary library of a scientific knowledge, out-of-scale book with physical and digital panels, providing in-depth insight into the university's projects and researchers. In the center of the space, we had a video installation linked to the sky and earth, offering a sort of a narration for the 4 elements that interacts with contents on the theme on environment, involving the audience in a journey through natural wonders of the environment problems to raise visitor awareness with also positive solutions. Because I think also sometimes we think about we always talk about bad things that happen to us, but there are also many good things happening in the world has changed in the last 10 years in terms of pollution, in terms of we're doing many good things. And I think this was also an occasion to give a hope to someone. Don't only give them the bad news, give them also some good news that something's going to happen, something we're dealing for that. Projects were conceived as dedicated to innovation, from nanotechnologies to intelligent satellite system for recovery of waste space around our planet and so on, or even up to the project dedicated to the preservation of the world cultural heritage, which is another very important fact. So from this kind of a place became a permanent way to transmit the relationship between what we do, how we do it, why we do it, and ordinary people. Try to make them be aware of what is our pathway for the future, possible pathway from the future. But also to engage, to be participative of things, not just to go watch something, but to be into our story. And the story was quite well received from everyone, from the students, from ordinary people, and so on. But now going as I mentioned before, with a sort of Anthropocene attitude, we don't have to forget about human beings and the fundamental component of our ecosystem. So when we talk about moving from nature, but the pavilion, to something related to people, talking about human, I always ask myself, and also ask you, if you want to think about it, what does it mean to human being today? What does it mean to be a human being today? And I would say, some consideration that we can share with you. It can be considered, as Rosi Braidotti said, Italian philosopher, she said, human never was a neutral term. It never was an inclusive term. This concept, obviously, doesn't argue in favor of our human species, but it was never conceived as in a positive way. So it's an exclusive term, very much exclusive term. As a curiosity, I'd like to introduce you a short story, a fact, that probably interesting fact. Perhaps not all of you know that from the researches of anthropologists and historians, the most ancient tribes of our planet, from America, Europe, Asia, had the common characteristics of giving themselves a name that meant man, human people. The tribe that we call man, human people. If we go back to the etymology of this term, the name were so. I have some examples here, how to curiosity for you. Allemagne, which is Germany, right? Allemagne, called the name of Germany. The etymology is from Allemänner, means all men. We're all men. Or even the state of Illinois in the United States. The etymology comes from Illiniwek, and which means humans. And the Eskimo in Canada, Inuit people. The Inuit means humans. And also in Africa, Bantu, the tribe Bantu, the meaning is people. So why everyone wants to call them people, man, humans, and the rest? Nothing. Yeah, defining themselves human, they wanted to distinguish themselves from the others, from animals, goddesses, but also from the others. We're not conceived humans sometimes. So therefore, the terms of, human has always an exclusive term, not an inclusive term. And also ending with the Greeks, in the Greek history, very important Greek history, even from the ancient Greeks, the others were conceived as barbarians. Not people not speaking the language, they were not considered human, because in barbarian also the language started because they were talking like barbarian, they cannot speak the language, they are barbarian. Yeah, so they're the typical exclusive term. So the Greeks, they were Greeks, and the other were barbarians, animals or God. Then with the Roman they had, but that's another story, right? Unfortunately, this in many countries from the past until today, this problem has by no means overcome. We still have to consider people not in the same way, and we have from refugees, from the slaves in the 18th century to the refugees right now in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. This is not all men are considered the same. Not all men are considered the same. We have more than 120 million of refugees around the world in this moment, traveling and trying to find the place in which they have to live. And we have the majority of people in the world, which is not considered, they're second-class human being. So this is something that we need to consider when we design something. We need for social things. We said the most of the world is considered second-class human being for many reasons: religions, class, sex, gender, whatever, and countries or whatever. So therefore, I think project planning is on the differences between people and on the enhancement of different identities, because this is always a matter of identity. I was talking about the Greeks. The matter is identity and respect for differences. And we need to have this. We have to work for identity and respect for differences. And as a designer, I'm very much concerned about that. I'm always concerned about the quality of the identity, the quality of genius loci, we call the local quality of the place in which we work. I try to read the quality of a place before start writing something, which is designing something. And I think differences the enhancement of different identity is a fundamental issue for today and tomorrow. And I think that the design must induce evolutionary behavior in our cities, in our culture, just for social impact and to amplify the awareness of people in the process of transformation of our planet, of our world. And then this vision, this idea of doing something for this reason brings us to my last case study. Because as I said, we design. We had the chance to produce something towards this positive attitude in relation to spread out this idea and considering the rest of the world all at the same level and try to induce this to our visitors. And this is the last project I'd like to share with you. A project just opened in 2022 in Venezia, a very beautiful place. I hope you have been there. And maybe there's another good, if you want to go there, it's another reason to go to Venice. And we just opened, after working for the last 3 years with an international team of experts, including curators, psychologists, anthropologists, and designers. We designed this place. This is a quite old place that I'll tell you the story about. It's a very beautiful palace in the center of Venice, San Marco Square. But we redesigned a place called the Home of the Human Safety Net. What is the Home of the Human Safety Net? The Home of the Human Safety Net is a foundation owned by the largest insurance group, Generali, one of the biggest group with 70,000 employees, and is an insurance group. They wanted to have this foundation especially dedicated for the social sustainability. They operate in this field of social sustainability in 26 countries, and they already help more than 300,000 families. It's a global movement of people helping people, and which aims to unlock the potential of people, helping them in developing their own potentiality, not only giving them the money, but helping them in the social development for them. And of course, which aims to unlock potential of people living in vulnerable circumstances, or even refugees, or poor families with kids with no any kind of a dream, I would say. And this is the project of the Human Safety Net that became a home, a new house in Venice, and we reconceived and redesigned this place. And it's a new cultural hub with an anthropological approach for the city of Venice also, for the visitors, but also for the inhabitants of Venice, with many functions inside connected to each other that I will show you later very briefly, in a sort of a new Venetian hospitality to this place, to address people from all over the world, and also from the Venetian, from the school, to this main problem: sustainability, inclusion, and of course activation of something different. This is the place, San Marco Square. It's quite a beautiful place. It's not a bad place to work with. So I was very lucky to work there for 3 years. But unfortunately, I had to go back to Milano, back and forth. But I stood there. Now, the amazing thing that I was there also during the pandemic, and also what the metaphysical experience, being in Venice with no people, was almost like being frozen in a canaletto painting, very incredibly amazing on the way. Sad on one hand, but on the other hand, allow me to really breathe the energy that Venice has, the water, the sound of people walking on the pedestrian area. So it was very amazing. And then so if you go now to Venice, it's full of people, packed of people. Don't think it's going to be a crowd there. Follow the umbrella. So it's going to be a packed thing. But of course, sorry, this is. Right, a beautiful place, and where is located? It's also an interesting way how this big group generally they had a vision to do this in the very center of Venice. Instead of doing another museum, which showing muscle, a sort of a muscle production with how much money can you spend in contemporary art? I have 2 billions, 3 billions. No. Let's spend money in sharing something. Let's spend money to host people in another way, to transform. Because we're talking, but we need to act. We need to do things. And this is a fact that people, they can visit, they can touch this activation, right? They can go there and visit. And so this is, of course, this is what is slide number? Yeah. San Marco Square, as I said, is a beautiful place. And was closed for 500 years. This building, the Procuratie Vecchie, I'll tell you a brief story about the building if you're interested into it, but it's nice, a story. It's the most remarkable building in San Marco Square, this one here, was realized by Sansovino, a great architect, and then Palladio also transformed something in their building. But it was completely not used for 500 years, was closed for 500 years. And then we intervened with a group of people, very big group of people, and Venice was always a city, a cutting-edge city, always in commercial activities, in cultural activities, also in way of living, because they, also in the field of innovation, social innovation. Venice has been a republic for more than 1,100 years, republic, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, since the French invasions. We have here, since Napoleon arrived. But then we came back there. And so they're very innovative things. And then Procuratie Vecchie was the work venue for in San Marco Square of the procurators. Who were the procurators? Were high officials who ran the Venetian Republic and were also in charge of social issues. They were 9 in charge of orphans, fools, and execution of wills. So they have an organization managing also poor situation at that age, 1,000 years ago, in this kind of a republic before Napoleon came. But then was the way the attitude of innovative attitude in the city of Venice. So the project was also to connect a local place, a monument, a very fantastic building, which is the building on the right, completely the old building, into a memory, into a legacy. Was it transforming this legacy into something now, activating relationship for people, not only the Venetians, because Venetian people, they don't have this problem, but the world, towards the world. And so this is the characteristic that we gave to this place. Not only myself, with a team of people. We work on this team for for so many things. The project is conceived as a new kind of hospitality, in particular in terms of inclusivity and accessibility. Inclusiveness and accessibility is a place in which you can share things toward the vision of social sustainability. Everything is connected to this. It's a beautiful place, by the way. It's an integrated project where technology, architecture, graphic overlap and create, as I said, new experience for public. Sometimes the word experience is overused, but I mean, it's a real experience to go there and to touch and to manage this, to understand what can we do, but also meeting yourself, because it's a place in which you meet yourself. This is the characteristic, and I will tell you briefly after. It is an integrated project with technologies and architecture overlap to create a new experience for the public, a space between physical and digital installations, with technology and science merged with psychology, and with to conceive a space, as we said, we called it as a new talking nest, a place in which you can be hosted as a nest in which you can share things, you can talk, and it's going to talk to you, the building is going to activate relationship with you, and so on. The center of everything is the exhibition part, is this one here. The pathway which is called a world of potential, is a participatory place to experience and discover your strength through a scenario of behavior. So this place, it will is talking to you, not only about what you have to do, but who are you? Why are you here? And what are your skills? What are your capability of being? What is your power? Because if you understand you're powerful, you can understand also the others powerful. So, and it's quite interesting because it's interesting the way the permanent exhibition is conceived as a sort of a participatory place in which you can participate in many different things. The permanent exhibition is based on this research, the VIA character. We work on this research. I don't know if someone of you know this VIA character, conducted by the psychologist Martin Seligman and Christopher Peterson in the United States in the early 2000. And character strength, which starts from the assumption that each person has a unique set of points of strengths. And there's a big story about that, but I don't tell it to you, but I mean, it's a big investigation on that, and more than 50 psychologists work for more than 5 years understanding who are the characters, how can we understand the characters of people to build your strength, your potentiality. It means hope, teamwork, whatever, curiosity, gratitude, so among them. And we transform that into a sort of a pathway for people. The exhibition journey is organized in 3 different acts, we call. The first act is the power of human potential. The second act is the power of collaboration. The third act is the power of social engagement. And the scenario is conceived with 16 exhibits. You can work with yourself, with your own, or you can work with other people. You can visit that with your friends, with your kids, with your school, and you can understand your curiosity, perseverance, gratitude, and so on. So every room is dedicated to experience your engage your curiosity, or for immersive experience to focus on yourself, or even experience where you can really do things and deal things with other people, to co-create objects together, co-create experience with other people. And a place for gratitude is a sort of pathway in which you can spend time, consider yourself, play a little bit between anthropological and science and technology, but at the same time dedicated to something for social innovation, for social sustainability. This is a place in which you can talk, you can interact with people in the world, understanding what they've done, why they have achieved this level, and you can connect to them. We're talking about connecting each other. This is a place to connect, not only to disconnect, but to connect each other with the world, with what happens in the world in this field. And then we have other places which we have co-working spaces, only for people developing the project in relation to this topic, which is sustainability, inclusion. We have spaces to share things, activities, and a co-working space, a cafe, restaurant, and library, and auditorium for more than 250 people to share these things. And in order to this, I like to show you just a video would last 45 minutes, not 2 minutes. We have the audio? Audio's on? No. Can you have the audio? Sorry? What do you mean no audio? We cannot do it without audio. So I can sing, but yeah, okay. No, with no audio doesn't work. By the way, this is the last thing that I want to show. So, are you able to? I go to the last one, and then okay, this is the last one. Then I'll go back to the video, then I can show the video. So in the end, I just want to finish saying this. And perhaps we have to move from the hypothesis of individual enhancement, acceleration, to problems of social inclusion and vision of cultural sharing. I said we need to go towards a new conception of the city, new conception of our world. I call this. We need to behave almost like being a city as a collective home. Our cities are a collective home. We need to think about that. Our place in which we own collective the home. And of course, being in a space with the great, with the great inclusivity, accessibility, and social awareness. And maybe there's no way to have the sound? Can you just think about it? Bravo. 1 minute. No? When you have a film, when you have a movie, you cannot see it without any sound. So it's quite sad. Even almost like we are, at least during the early century when they were playing, that movie, at least they were playing music or something with the yeah. At least play the piano for me, do something. But without the music, it's not effective at all. Yeah. I know. Next time I can. I would have brought my guitar. To sing. I can sing as Italian. But so the technology should be. Is your strength. Is your strength should be. Show me your technology. This is a criticality that we can transform in an opportunity to talk more, to share more something, or maybe.
Maybe I may ask you a question while.
Yeah. In the meantime, they start. Yeah. In the meantime, they start.
I will not sing. Don't be afraid.
Sorry.
I'm not going to sing. Just to ask a question. So I'm not singing. I'm just asking a question. So, just imagine you are a student, and you have many possibilities to study in the world. So what will be your choice in terms of architecture, design of a home for studies? What you could choose and why? What you would like to choose?
Which school I would like to choose?
whatever you want. So you have already your experience as professional, how universities, how colleges look like all over the world. So imagine you have possibility to be a student in any place. So what college or what universities you choose and why?
Yeah, but come to Milano. And come to Milano, and then you want to move to Busan, is also go to the School of Design and College in Busan. No, I mean, to me is also try to understand also the programs of study program. Now we are changing, so we are trying to include more professionality and also expertise, different expertise. I say from psychology to anthropologists in the design, because sometimes the design was too much a matter of details. For instance, I add in my course, I add the time, studying the time, the rhythm as a material. Yesterday I said it I wrote a book about that, how time is important in your design. And sometimes the students say, what do you mean time? Time is not a material. Okay, light is a material. The sun is a material. We work with light and material. We have to work with time. Time meaning why? Because time is, for instance, the reason why with learning and managing time allow me to read, to be able to memorize, to be able to understand, to be able to interact. So I'm much more interested, how much time do we spend in a room? What we do around the table? How much time, what is the chair? How is designed the chair? Who cares? Even I'm a designer, I have to design the chair. But more, the main factor is to be focused in this kind of intersections that we're going to have in the field of design. And the schools are more dedicated to this, the schools are more interesting to me as a student. Because I think also as a student, your professional would change in the next 5 to 10 years, would change completely. And you need to update yourself, but not only in the field of materials, but in the field of proximity, in the field of anthropology, in the field of connection with people. Is working? Now it's working. My friend did it. So, but this is, and I think that's why university, they should try to me, the School of Design, for instance, which I'm working, we try to develop this kind of a coordinated skill, an integrated project mode. And as a student, because also there's not to feel too specific fields if you want to study design. And on the other hand, what is design? I'm talking about spatial design, design for social activities, design for cities. This is what the field in which I'm talking. No, così. Okay, maybe goes, maybe not. Okay, and to do that, we work, as I said, not as a one-man show, but with a big team of people, and I have a big team of people in my office, but also consultants from all over the place. And I think this is end up in interesting collaboration and integration among many, many different people. And I'm very proud that we have designed, also proud for the clients. They wanted to have this really new place, innovation, not to show what they've done, but to show how can we do things in the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Ico Miglioria. If Professor tells the sound must be, that means the sound must be. Yes, first of all, and of course, we really appreciate for impressive presentation. And now, if there would be any short question, the last final possibility to give it. If not, then I will give the turn for my colleague Aurelia, and once more time, thank you much.
I would like to ask one question related to your presentation. We have talked a lot about higher education institutions today, and usually the university is presumed as being a phenomena of culture related to urban areas. Especially when we talk about culture of cities, it's clear that those cities who have lots of universities have different faces than those who don't. And now when we have this COVID situation and changing world, will this change the face of cities? Because it seems that recently higher education is being de-urbanized in some way.
But I think that COVID also, taught us things, positive things, not positive things because damage, but I think the way people wanted to connect to each other, the way people conceive of also public spaces, how they use the city. Sometimes we were not even looking towards our cities when we had no COVID. But after lockdown, even the students meeting themselves outside in some specific area. Now we are developing a very interesting project near Milano, in the city of Milano, where the Expo area is located. You know, there's 2015. There was sometimes when you do an Expo creates a big problem because after Expo there's going to be a disaster. Nothing, no land for nobody. Pavilion, destroying pavilion, nothing. If you go to Hamburg, this is Hanover, the Hamburger, not Hanover, not Hamburger, but this is a typical example of how can you waste a land, you know, expending a lot of money. And this transformation that we're doing now in Milano, in the center, is called Mind District, Innovation District. We are transforming those millions of square meters into a pole for technology, but also for new hospitality for students, inhabitants, sharing contents, education mixed of technology, mixed of industry, and also using the public space as a content producer. So this is something that I mentioned in my topic. Public spaces, they should be square cities, not only as a container, but they should produce contents related to what we do in the city and how can we share innovation. It's not only a place in which we can meet each other, but it's a place where we can meet culture, local qualities, and innovation. And public space should be conceived in this way. And the design and the education also should go beyond, the limit of the architecture, the limit of the place, and also to find more inclusion. We talk about inclusion. I think this is a good chance to use our cities as a spread out system of things.
Just a point on the history of where higher education, where universities have been constructed in cities. So, for example, in places like the UK or the US, you see that you have a separated space dedicated to the campus, which is outside of the city, and they have big gardens and libraries, because the understanding at the time when these universities were created was that you have to be immersed in an environment that is academic and intellectual, and you need to be away from the life of the city. We have battles between international students of, during 12th and 13th century of University of Sorbonne and Oxford, who would come to city, and there will be, which is called the town and the gown conflict, who would come to the city, and the city would not actually accept them because they were the outsiders, and then they would drink too much and they would ruin everything, and then they would go, and there would be fights and all that. Little by little, we moved after the Industrial Revolution. We moved towards integrating the campus inside the city. Yes, big cities mostly, but also, I mean, it depends really on the vision of the country. So, for example, somewhere like the UK, you see technical and vocational or professional or design, for example, universities that are nearby the factories where things could be produced. Sorbonne University, for example, is inside the city, where people can go and communicate and attend the conferences given by the mandarins of the time. So it is really a vision of how the structure and the campus is integrated inside the city or outside of the city, and why. But more and more we have, regardless of the location where it is, we have open gates to engage with societies. So today, even if you have, for example, there are some elite institutions like Harvard and Princeton that still stay away, you know, from the general public. But in many other places, like, for example, Russell Group universities in the UK, I can say, doors are open for everyone to come in and to go to library and to talk, you know, to attend courses, which is a very nice thing. And you can have that interaction with people who are coming, you know, to the classes with no academic background, but with real life experiences, which is a very nice match.
I want to say also for Milan. Milan is very complicated because there's another issue. Students, they cannot live. It's too expensive in Milan. So if they want to have a house, they want to, because we don't have places for them to live there. So if they want to come to university, our university, which we have 50,000, 60,000 students, Polytechnic. But in the School of Design, we have about 5,000 or 6,000. And we have a big demand of people coming. But they don't have a place to stay. It's very expensive for them because it's no places to. So we have to find the way to connect them to people outside. So the university should spread out outside locations and try to manage the co-working spaces, to activate different relationships, and also opportunities for them. That's why this place that we're designing near Milano, not in Milano, the X-Expo, is conceived also to host people in another way, to attract people, and to keep them there also after university, to let them work together, continuously going on in the process of learning.
Thank you. Thank you. So now let's move on with our program, and we have slight changes in it. Our second speaker, Dr. Dawn DeLay from Arizona State University in the United States of America. Due to personal reasons, is not able to participate today live, and we expected her to be online, but it seems that this option is also not available. So we will not have our second speaker, Dr. Dawn DeLay from the Arizona State University, but her presentation will be recorded, and you will be able to see it in the recorded program. It will be also online, so you will be able to see it later on. So now let's move on to our first speaker and last one in this first panel session, Dr. Roger Petrie, professor from philosophy at Luther College at the University of Regina in Canada. And Dr. Roger is teaching in the areas of ethics, sustainable development, and philosophy of religion. His research explores strategic dimensions in moving to sustainable systems, including historic transitions in production, disruptive technologies, and the role played by universities. He coordinates the university's philosophy, politics, and economics program and certificate in sustainability. Dr. Petrie is coordinator of the Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development in Saskatchewan, acknowledged by the United Nations University. And also he co-leads the International Association of Universities Higher Education Cluster on Responsible Consumption and Production. And today we will hear the presentation of Dr. Roger A. Petrie, also online. So please. Dr.
Well, good afternoon.
Roger is...
My name is Roger Petrie. I'm a professor of philosophy at Luther College at the University of Regina in Saskatchewan, Canada. And I'm delighted to have been invited to present to you today. Because of the differences in time zones, I have pre-recorded this talk, but I will be available afterwards for questions from you. Just a bit about myself. In the areas of philosophy, I focus on philosophy of sustainable development, as well as ethics and philosophy of religion. I also co-coordinate something called a Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development here in Saskatchewan, and I'm the United Nations University Regional Advisor for RCEs throughout North, South, and Central America. So those are a few of my hats, and I'll tell you a bit more about those organizations later. In terms of my title, Sustaining Wellbeing in Uncertain Times, a Philosophical Approach, I love that your conference is focusing on this theme. And as a philosopher, I'm going to begin in many ways by looking at some of those key ideas to put this together. So in terms of the presentation overview, one of the things I need to specify is what is my philosophical approach. So I'm going to begin there right off the bat. I'll be upfront with you. And then I want to talk about sustaining well-being in the context of sustainable development, because it seems to me that's one way in which we could talk about well-being that has sort of a global currency. Another concept I have to differentiate is what do we mean by uncertainty and how does that differ from risk? Once I've framed some of these things, I can then look to the question of, well, what social innovations could we use in order to sustain well-being in times of uncertainty? And I'm going to look at three things. The first is just looking at universities as individual universities, and I'll look at my own university there. I'll then talk about this global movement, I would say, of regional centers of expertise on education for sustainable development. And finally, I will conclude by looking at an inter-university collaborative initiative of the International Association of Universities structured around the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, or what we call Agenda 2030. And you can see some of those goals in the staircase, actually, that's in my college here in Canada. Okay, so what is my philosophical approach? Well, part of it is I need to say it's a practical philosophical approach, which is quite different from what a lot of my philosophical colleagues would do, partly because rather than having the philosopher in the driver's seat, framing the problems, defining the terms, in many ways, as a philosopher, I go to the community in order to, first of all, define the sustainability problems we're looking at, look at their meanings, what language they're using, what are their aspirations, what are their needs as they define them, and even how can they participate in the various methodologies to help solve them. So as a scholar, that's a bit different. And so I'm following what Brian Norton has called a practical philosophical approach. And this involves a bit of a transformation of scholarship. So in this case, as a scholar, I'm more a participant. I'm not a neutral observer. I'm actually quite excited about sustainable development. So I combine both the normative side of the ethics that I often look at in the classroom with the basic empirical dimensions of sustainability that involves understanding scientific limits and technologies. As a philosopher, I'm also a bit of an engineer and tinkerer, I would say, because practical philosophy involves building things, not just theorizing. And my own identity as a scholar is fairly blurred. So I do research into education for sustainable development, which basically puts all of my three scholarly roles into a single role. The other thing is seeing the community in a different way. So rather than seeing myself as a scholar as opposed to the community is a group of scholars as well and participating in the process. Also, as a philosopher in this context, I also generate new types of scholarly artifacts. So the kinds of theories I'm interested in primarily are those that are place-based or grounded. I like case studies. I like mapping local processes that can be tinkered with in order to achieve sustainable outcomes. And the general theory that I get from my philosophy discipline is used for a good question, all right? It's not an end in itself. The outputs are more than just journals and books, although I do that too. I'm interested in constructing letters, policy documents, things that will modify local development patterns and even appropriate technologies. And so all of that I can encapsulate a bit in something called Education for Sustainable Development, which really looks at what is the role of education in a broad sense in order to achieve local transformation and global transformation for a sustainable future. Okay, so what is well-being in the context of sustainable development? Well, you're probably familiar with these two very early definitions of sustainable development: meeting the needs of the present without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, coming from the Brundtland Commission. Other early definitions talk more about the ecological side of that in terms of living within the carrying capacity of our ecological systems. Here's one that's kind of an academic, less of a policy one, looking at ecological flourishing and human flourishing alongside each other. And so when we think about sustainable development, in a way, the bottom lines of sustainable development have implicit within them certain notions of well-being. So the early goal of addressing people who were most in need, dealing with issues of poverty, similarly dealing with ecological or environmental degradation, over time has shifted to more of looking at the well-being of human beings. So looking at dimensions of vulnerability, looking at people's aspirations, their quality of life, talking about the positive side in terms of human capabilities, and similarly natural systems, right? Not simply looking at preventing pollution and preventing environmental degradation, but also how do we strengthen and support to make healthy our ecosystems and make them more resilient. And the way we achieve this, what I like about sustainable development, is it doesn't presuppose the who and the how. So business, of course, can participate, but governments, other organizations, non-market organizations, we're all interested in how to achieve these two bottom lines through a variety of means. So when we talk about improvements of human well-being, we're also talking about the improvements of non-human species. So often when you look at documentation around well-being, it's typically framed around the well-being of human beings. But I think we could apply all of these categories that I've posted up here to ecosystems. So here's a picture of a wetland here in Saskatchewan, and the idea that we could care about the material for a good life in terms of other species, for example, thinking about habitats and good social relations alongside other non-human species. And we need to also think about well-being in terms of context. So we can have some general theoretical categories of well-being, but as various philosophers have taught us, we need to look at well-being as it's understood locally. So what do local people think is part of a good life in terms of their livelihoods, local culture, local practice, and also the how to do that. So the how to do that means understanding the best way in terms of local capacities and capitals that are available, especially to people who are perhaps worse off or more marginalized in those communities. So what do we mean by uncertainty? I like the definition that's provided by Ian Scoons and Andy Sterling in their book from 2020, where they talk about uncertainty having to deal with a construction of knowledge, materiality, experience, embodiment, and practice where we are unsure of the probabilities of particular outcomes. All right, so what it means is we're constantly surprised. There are things that we did not anticipate, and there are things that we do not know how they are going to impact systems. And so we see that recently in terms of the pandemic, but of course we saw it in the 2008 financial crisis. We see it with the climate chaos that's kind of occurring around the planet. We see it with authoritarian governments and the undermining of liberal democratic orders. And so those are all settings in which there is tremendous uncertainty versus risk. Risk is the situation where we know what the possible outcomes are, including the ones we might want. We also know what the parameters are, so we can calculate the probabilities of the various outcomes. And in turn, we can then envisage, well, what would be a good decision or what might be a good technology that we could build in order to address that. The problem is when we're living in a context of uncertainty, but act as though we're in a context of risk, in which we can manage things. And so the challenge is that we have a highly technocratic society where we're used to more stable settings, more stable systems, and we're used to being able to manage risks. But in this case, the challenge is that, of course, we can't in a lot of the kinds of contexts that we're dealing with, and we have to figure out how to not simply manage risk, but to be attentive to uncertainty. And so you think of even the small things that have disrupted things globally in the last few years, not to mention the pandemic. But here we have the case where the Suez Canal was blocked for 6 days because the wind ended up pushing a very large container ship sideways. And that cost the economy billions of dollars because the Suez Canal ships 12% of global trade or something like that. And so very difficult to anticipate, but something we need to know how to deal with. And so that knowledge of uncertainty, we can think about, this is not a new problem. And one of the responses that Schoons and Sterling says is that we have to just acknowledge that incertitude. And of course, that's exactly what Socrates said a wise person did. A wise person was somebody who acknowledged what they did not know and acted with that assumption. And so in this case, because there are a lot of variables, we often don't know what the repercussions are going to be of certain actions. So incremental learning where we try small things. So instead of what is called maybe the ready, aim, never get to the fire stage of a process, instead we do what Jeff Scott, my friend from Australia, has called ready, fire, aim, where we try small things and learn from those small things to understand the context where we can then move from uncertainty to one in which we can manage risk. Other things that Schoons and Sterling identify talk about the need for greater deliberation, more inclusive engagement from the community from a ground-up perspective, that there'll be negotiation of multiple outcomes that people are concerned about, and multiple knowledges and models. So as a scholar, this naturally pushes us into the sphere of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. So what social innovations could act to create the possibility conditions for this open epistemology that Schoons and Sterling have identified? Well, here I have Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher, who talked about the possibility conditions of sense perception, the possibility conditions of ethics. And here we can think about, well, what would allow us to create the conditions where we can address uncertainty? And so one of the things where we can't calculate risk, investments should probably be small and they should probably be shared because we don't know whether there will be payoffs or not. And in the academic community, we're used to doing that now with open educational resources, but not so used to sharing resources across campus in terms of equipment, in terms of open and shared laboratories, or sharing that equipment and space with our communities. Similarly, the importance of sharing our stories of our innovation across our campuses, we're often not great at doing that. The other thing, of course, if we're trying to mobilize in the context of uncertainty, is to recognize that there are causes that excite people that they want to contribute to, especially when we think about sustainable development that focuses on addressing the needs of the most vulnerable, something that all of us are increasingly more vulnerable, but also the innovation that comes with long time horizons and future innovations, and talking about how we can live successfully alongside other species. And then finally, the idea that there are some identities we can share that allow for greater participation. So the more we think about ourselves as citizens as part of a global community and engage some of that literature around global citizenship, and also the idea that we can see each person as being worthy of a sustainable livelihood alongside others. And those others can include other human beings, but also sustaining livelihoods of other animals and other species more generally. And this also points to the centrality of the role of the humanities and social sciences, partly because the humanities early on pioneered the open sharing of lectures, if you remember, in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. So here we have Erasmus, the great humanist scholar who pioneered one of the earliest humanist colleges in Northern Europe. But similarly, when we think about mobilizing people around volunteerism, addressing the notions of ethics that are deeply embedded traditionally in the humanities and the core concerns of becoming human in the best way, and even the basic skill sets that we find in the humanities and especially the social sciences. Why? Because sustainable development focuses on human capital. So, of course, social sciences have a central role to play as well as the humanities. Okay, so how do we mobilize around volunteers? Well, probably one of the best things to do that globally and locally are the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. These were developed after maybe 3 years of consultations by the United Nations, involving millions of people, saying this is what we want as a global community of people. And it includes both human concerns for how to sustain human well-being and that of natural systems. So we can see that here, but we can also see how a lot of these goals enable us to achieve those well-being outcomes, and especially those ones in the second row. All right, so the Sustainable Development Goals are pretty crucial in all of that. And with each Sustainable Development Goal are targets. So if you've never looked at them closely, there are measurements, areas that governments are supposed to be reporting on. The 193 governments that all agreed to do this up until 2030. And these are targets that weren't necessarily developed by scholars, but by the people in general. So as scholars, we can critique them. We can also critique the goals and do that constructively. So we have a central role to play. And there are some goals that specifically talk about well-being. So we should probably take a look at those as well. So how do we use these goals in different contexts? Well, one context, of course, is in our own universities. How do we bring our scholarly community, which includes our students, our faculty, our staff, our administrators together? At the University of Regina, we were doing our strategic plan, and we come up with a lot of 5 key action areas that we wanted to work in. And of course, the Sustainable Development Goals are global goals. They are meant to be enhanced and elaborated by local goals and local concerns. But we use the goals as a checklist to make sure that we weren't missing anything in our strategic plan. And so as part of the strategic plan, we use the Sustainable Development Goals to ask key questions. Another thing I've done and been a part of are something called Regional Centers of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development. These started in 2003, and in many ways, they exemplify that 17th goal, which is partnership for the goals. And so what an RCE is a network of scholarly organizations and community organizations promoting education broadly understood, so not simply classroom education, but also education as it relates to the media, as it relates to corporate training, for example, and addressing the most pressing sustainability issues within local communities. RCEs enable the region itself to design its approach. And so whether it's its governance structure, who's involved, what educational methodologies, all of those are something that's put together by the local region and then gets proposed to the UN University for approval. And so we've had tremendous success. There are now over, I think, 186 of these regions globally, all mobilized around volunteerism and the cause of education for sustainable development. My own RCE is located in Canada, and you can see Saskatchewan there in the middle of really nowhere. But the nice thing about RCEs is we can also come together in larger regions. So, for example, as RCEs in the Americas, we meet once a year in order to come together. So, where am I from? I'm here in Saskatchewan. Believe it or not, there is a province that is a rectangular shape. And we're in a mixed moist grassland region. And what we have done is we worked to create a whole region approach to sustainable development. So you might have heard of a whole university approach or a whole schools approach to sustainable development. What we're doing is we're trying to bring together the regional actors to look at sustainable production and consumption at a regional level that makes sense. That includes our major cities, but also includes smaller centers. The other thing, of course, is we're trying to build social capital. So we celebrate every year with an annual set of recognition awards that we move from place to place to place. We focus on issues of concern in Saskatchewan. And we've got a lot of issues living in a prairie ecosystem in a time of climate change, but also addressing historic barriers. So barriers between rural and urban communities, between First Nations or Indigenous communities and settler communities, addressing the separateness between our own universities and post-secondary organizations. In fact, one of our great successes, I think, has been to bring our post-secondary institutions together to not see each other as competitors, but see each other as collaborative players. And how do we do that? Well, we do that by integrating the diverse knowledge types that we find in the different disciplinary areas of these post-secondary organizations, combined with the local knowledge of practitioners, our indigenous communities, and so on. The other thing we've done is we've brought together those organizations that are often not included or even rejected in strategic planning within universities. So I've mentioned the importance of the not-for-profit or voluntary sector in mobilizing for sustainable development. They focus on human services and environmental concerns. So why shouldn't they be at the table? Service clubs, fraternal organizations, they're very curious about what goes on at the universities and are very good at building new organizations. So an important part there. Faith organizations. I work at Luther College that's traditionally affiliated with the Lutheran Church, but there are other faith communities who can come together in a very constructive way around sustainable development. Non-traditional businesses. I'm in a region that has a lot of cooperatives and state enterprises and very unusual things. And finally, local governments and small and medium-sized, even governments, small and medium-sized states. Canada's alongside a very big country, the United States, that's having a lot of troubles right now. I think small countries have a role to play in coming together. And lastly, looking at household production and local sustainability practitioners. Finally, I want to talk briefly just about a consortia of universities through the International Association of Universities, where we have used the Sustainable Development Goals to bring ourselves together. Because I think a key concern is that there be no university left behind. Each university on this planet is an important part of social capital, and if we lose a university, we're in a lot of trouble, any university. So we need to cooperate. And so here's a list of the 17 goals and different universities that have been appointed to take the lead and bring together universities on each of the different continents to collaborate around different goals. So in my case, our university, the University of Regina and Luther College, was tasked to bring together universities on each continent around responsible consumption and production. So in conclusion, I think universities are in a unique position for social innovation, partly because we can transform ourselves for self-sufficiency, but also because we can bring in the community as scholars to create living laboratories. And it's those local living laboratories that can experiment with regional sustainable development strategies, livelihood strategies, to let the scholars and the people discover a lot of the unknowns so that we can then move to a space of risk and all of the traditional skills we have in managing risk, developing new technologies, and developing new products and services. And so in many ways, I think this addresses the deep concern that a lot of us have in terms of sustaining our market systems, but it relies on looking at those other players that can help do that for us. So thank you very much. I look forward to some very good questions.
Thank you, Professor, for a very deep presentation that has most probably questions are deeper than we have time for that. But still, do we have any questions for Professor Roger Petrie? And maybe we have questions for any other speaker. The last possibility to ask, because after a few questions, if we have, we will leave to lunch. So I see that the co-moderator has one question.
Thank you so much, and I would like to ask for Professor Iko Migliori, for you. the question. As for me, it is really important the beautiful combination of game, animation, and design. We have developed a joint study program with South Korea, Dongsa University, that you are strongly interrelated with it. I see not only from your business card, but from your all the presentation. And my question would be quite interesting, intercultural in a general field, maybe. I have analyzed the field of game development. I just took the information, interesting information, that the games that are developed in different Asian region were tried to be implemented in European region, and they did not succeed because of some problems afterwards that were analyzed. The animation aspects, the colors, and the other design peculiarities were not so much close and related to the European culture. So what do you think about the design and animation aspects difference between Europe and Asia region, maybe targeting directly to the Korea? What is your opinion, dear professor?
Sorry? I think it's a nice question, thank you. But because I think when we develop project, we also deal with technology, with new technology. You can skip from that. You can, especially for those inclusion projects, you have to deal with managing many different layers together. And when I mentioned in my presentation, we need to be a director, is almost like that. To be a director, almost like directing a movie. When we present new spaces, we call interior spaces, but everything is interior, I believe. You know, there's a very interesting professor studying, Professor Carlo Argan, Giulio Carlo Argan, a very old professor in Rome. He said, everything is interior design, because the city are interior design. Sometimes we conceive interior, we are interiors. We need to start from interior. This is also something connected to what you're asking. We do not have to conceive boxes to fill with things. We have to generate things from inside. The new way of museum, I'm working in many museums, and the way we produce museums is completely another story. Not try to produce fancy architecture within some collection of things that you don't have a clue, right, sometimes, or maybe showing muscles, or showing energy. But the way is to produce things starting from inside. The same thing for digital. When you produce digital things, you need to learn from there, about the spirit of this place. So you need to understand what are the factors, the identity, the characters that you can emphasize and enhance with your quality. This is the starting from inside instead of from outside. Instead of producing something and try to adjust this to people, try to read more what they have here. And of course, I think tradition is important. The way we approach to traditions, the way we start with traditions and transform the heritage and legacy into something new. It's very important to start with traditions. Now, especially nowadays that we have this, we're facing this, many don't mention it, but those old problems that we're facing. We need to be stuck on the tradition, but to have a capability to go beyond that. Read the tradition and try to move away. And let's say in Italy or in Lithuania, I think, in many countries you have a specific, and in Korea, you have a specific kind of approach, also time-wise. What is your timing? What is your in relation to music? What is your timing in relation to rhythm of perception? And I think this is that's why it's an integrated project. Not because on the other hand, only you go in the quality of design or drawing, capability of putting colors together. This is, and becomes also the design fancy things. But creativity is not that. Creativity is cutting and pasting. Cut and paste. Cutting many things, selecting and readapting something new. It's nothing from scratch. The creativity is I invented, you know. Sometimes my students, they say, I'm a creative. So you just have a child, I said, and this is the only way you be creative, to have son. Because to be creative, you produce things starting from something. You have to learn. And that's why even in design like that, you have to start from inside. There is also a very interesting sentence from Gustav Mahler, the composer. He said, we have to feed the fire and not worship the ashes. This is tradition, is to feed the fire, not worship the ashes. Sometimes in Italy, for instance, we adore the ashes. Oh, the beautiful, the past, what is beautiful. Come on, feed the fire. Mean the fire, but you need to have the fire. And that's why also in digital, you need, what is the fire? And the complexity is to read more. The identity and work with the local identities and start from that.
So we have heard outstanding presentations and that provoke very interesting discussions, and I'm sure that those will be even more reflected by our participants later on. And we will continue with the presentations after lunchtime, and the lunch is served in the Rotonda Hall on the ground floor. The working sections will start at 2:30, so please look for a room number of the section that you are interested in the program. So we thank once again our honorable speakers. Thank you all for participating in the panel session, and see you all after lunch.